GCON. The Deputy Speaker is here, and any minute now, this event will commence in earnest. You're very welcome, Your Excellency, the Deputy Speaker. National anthem, please, after they are settled. Thank you very much. May we all please be seated. Your Excellency, the President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio, GCON, here ably represented by Senator Afolabi Salisu. Your Excellency, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, PhD, GCON, ably represented by the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Okeze Carlos, CON. Your Excellency, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, in his own right as the convener of this event, Right Honorable Benjamin Okeze Carlos, CON. Distinguished Senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria here present, the leadership and members of the House of Representatives here present, permitting me to use the House Leader, Right Honorable Julius Ihombere, to kindly reach you all. Former Deputy Speakers of the House of Representatives here present, citing Right Honorable Emeka Ihedioha and Right Honorable Babangida Nguroje, former governors here present, citing His Excellency Senator Orji Uzo Kalu and His Excellency Alhaji M.A. Abubakar, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, High Commissioners, Heads of Delegations, and other members of the Diplomatic Corps here present, Speakers of state legislatures from the 36 states of Nigeria here present, using the chairman of the Conference of Speakers of State Legislatures to please recognize all of you, leaders of the civil society movement in Nigeria here present, especially recognizing our own host, Mr. Clement Wankwo of the PLAC, heads of ministerial and non-ministerial agencies and departments of the federal government here present, using the Auditor General of the Federation, Mr. Shaka Kanyito Chira, to please reach you all, the Clerk of the National Assembly and the incoming Clerk of that same Assembly, you are all specially recognized, local government chairmen, commissioners of local government and commissioners of finance in the 36 states of Nigeria here present, accountants general, auditors general, our keynote speakers, lead discussants and panelists, leaders of various groups here present, including Algon, NOLGE, NUT, NLC, NBA, and all the other stakeholders in this conversation who are here present. Our revered traditional rulers who have come to be with us today, especially recognizing His Royal Highness Justice C.D. Bage, CFR, the Emir of Lafia, and the Chairman, Nasarawa State Council of Traditional Rulers, and the Chairman, Ad Hoc Committee on the Role of Traditional Rulers in Nigeria. Also here is His Royal Majesty Eze Linus Nto Mba, Ezudo of Ata Iboukwu, and the Chairman of the Abia State Council of Traditional Rulers. Permit me also to make welcome His Royal Highness King Dr. Apollos Chu Egberemere Okori of Eleme Kingdom in Rivers State, and also His Royal Majesty Oba Dr. Adekunle Adeagbo, Ore of Otun Ekiti and paramount ruler of Moba Kingdom in Ekiti State, and His Royal Highness Alhaji Omar Kiari Umar El Kanemi, the Shehu of Bama, all the way from Borno State. Captains of industry here present, heads of National Assembly institutions here present, critical stakeholders in today's conversation, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As you all know, preceding national assemblies have made attempts to amend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to suit the yearnings and aspirations of the people of Nigeria with varying degrees of success. The 10th National Assembly has statutorily embarked on this same mission, albeit with a different approach. This current House of Representatives Committee on the Review of the 1999 Constitution, under the chairmanship of the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie Kalu, CON, has decided to embark on a path of consultation and consensus building in order to work from bottoms up to build consensus amongst critical stakeholders so that in the end, the outcome will reflect the yearnings and aspirations of the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The committee has met with the judiciary. It has hosted a gender summit in this same hall. It is interfacing with the federal government through the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation. It has met with the governors. It is meeting with speakers of state houses of assembly, and today it is holding a local government convening. The intended outcome of these consultations is so that in the end, by the time a draft constitution amendment is ready to be presented for voting, it will contain the input of all the critical stakeholders in the Nigerian socio-political ecosystem. Having laid this background, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, may I, at this juncture, invite to give his welcome address and set the tone for today's meeting, the diligent and quintessential Deputy Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome our chief host, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie Kalu, CON, as he gives us his welcome address. Your Excellency, sir. The Deputy Speaker, of course, is represented by the Leader of the House, the agile and powerful Professor Julius Ihonvbere.
Good morning, everyone, and let me begin by thanking the MC for establishing a very detailed protocol list. But allow me to recognize the Senate President, whom I'm told is ably represented, the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, who is wearing two hats, senators, my colleagues in the House, speakers of state assemblies, local government chairmen, members of the diplomatic corps, our development partners, traditional rulers, and let me just say, ladies and gentlemen, you are all welcome to this program. I'm going to read the address of our great Deputy Speaker, who ought to give the welcome, but since the Speaker is not here, so these are his words. I don't want to, as a teacher, I don't want to appropriate the words of a very brilliant international lawyer. It is with a deep sense of purpose and responsibility that I address this distinguished gathering at the National Dialogue on Local Government Reform. Today, we convene not only to discuss a critical aspect of governance, but also to reaffirm our collective commitment to advancing democratic principles and sustainable development at the grassroots level. Let me begin by commending the support of the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center plaque with the support of the UK Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office, FCDO, to the House of Representatives Committee on the Review of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, for their foresight and dedication to strengthening governance in Nigeria. This convening exemplifies the importance of collaboration and dialogue in addressing national challenges. Local governments, as the closest tier of government to our citizens, are pivotal in ensuring the delivery of essential services, ensuring inclusion, and enhancing democratic participation. However, as we are all acutely aware, the current state of local government councils and areas in Nigeria leaves much to be desired. Issues of limited autonomy, constrained financial independence, and weakened administrative capacity have continued to hinder their effect. That local must be paid directly to them marks a watershed moment in our nation's governance journey. Yet, to fully realize the intent and impact of this landmark decision, we must confront the systemic issues that have long plagued local government administration. The task before us today is both ambitious and achievable to chart a clear and actionable path towards local government autonomy. This requires us to reimagine the role of local governments as independent and effective partners in Nigeria's governance structure. The focus of this dialogue, ranging from financial and administrative autonomy to constitutional amendments in that regard, are not just technical necessities. They are foundational to a governance system that is equitable, inclusive, and accountable. Achieving these reforms will require a coordinated effort among federal and state governments, lawmakers, judicial bodies, civil society organizations, traditional rulers, and local communities. As lawmakers, we have a unique role and responsibility in this reform process. The Constitution Review Committee of the House of Representatives has been at the forefront of efforts to address critical governance challenges, including the urgent need for local government reforms. Our recent engagements with key stakeholders, such as the Nigeria Governance Forum and the Conference of Speakers of State Legislatures, reflect firm commitment to building consensus and driving meaningful constitutional amendments. However, this national dialogue offers us an invaluable opportunity to deepen our understanding, align our strategies, and build a coalition of stakeholders that will champion the cause at every level. As we embark on today's discussions, I urge us all to approach this dialogue with a shared sense of purpose and an unwavering commitment to the ideals of democracy, accountability, and service delivery. The outcomes of this session, whether they involve identifying constitutional provisions for amendment, defining mechanisms for accountability, or developing an advocacy roadmap, must be rooted in a vision of a Nigeria where local governments are empowered to truly serve their constituencies. Together, we have the potential to lay the groundwork for a reform process that will transform local governance in Nigeria, ensuring that no community is left behind in our collective pursuit of progress and prosperity. Distinguished participants, let us seize this moment to engage in constructive dialogue, build bridges of understanding and commitment to actionable solutions. The journey toward local government autonomy is not just a legislative or administrative challenge. It is a moral imperative that speaks to the heart of our democratic ethos. I thank you for your presence, your insights, your dedication to this noble cause. Let us work together to ensure that outcomes of this dialogue resonate far beyond these walls, shaping a future where local governments stand as pillars of democratic governance and agents of sustainable development. Once again, thank you, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. May God continue to bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. These are the words of the Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Benjamin Okeze Kalu. Thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome back to his seat the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Okeze Kalu. His speech having been ably read and delivered by a professor of no mean repute, Professor Julius Ihonvbere, the leader of the 10th House of Representatives. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this event is being brought to you live on Channels Television, courtesy of the organizers of the event. The Policy and Legal Advocacy Center, PLAC, has been at the forefront of championing various causes to strengthen the democratic institution in Nigeria. They are very much a part of what we are doing here today, and they are the ones that have worked with the House of Representatives Committee on Constitutional Review to put this event together. To give us their goodwill message, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Mr. Clement Wangwo. He's the Executive Director, Policy and Legal Advocacy Center, PLAC. Mr. Wangwo, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Your Excellencies, the Senate President, the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Chairman, Constitution Review Committee, Right Honorable Benjamin Okeze Kalu, eminent traditional rulers, Your Excellencies, distinguished senators, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to join in welcoming us to this event and to as well present the goodwill message of the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center, PLAC. PLAC has been very delighted in supporting the work of the Constitution Review Committee as well as the National Assembly generally. It is important for us as Nigerians that reforms, or indeed the policy advocacy that we make, transform into policy, and that all of the advocacy of civil society in seeking to improve the Nigerian situation is translated into the policy formulations of the government, whether at the legislative or at the executive level. And for us, it is so important that the views of citizens are heard, and that's why in the work that we do, we also try to ensure that citizens' input becomes really very critical. The national dialogue that is being organized today on local government reforms is very key to improving the quality of our democracy. Local governments are so very key to any country's democracy because it's government at the grassroots. Unfortunately, the local governments in Nigeria continue to suffer from the lack of development of its institution and its ability to deliver on citizens' expectations of development. The House of Representatives Committee on Constitutional Review taking on this issue as a major issue and as one of its flagship considerations as it proceeds and embarks on constitutional review is so very important. I know that the committee has identified several key issues, and local government reforms is one of it. Of course, there are other issues which involve state policing, gender, especially the temporary seats for women that has been in conversation for several years now. These are issues that the committee has taken very seriously, and PLAC is very delighted to be part of the process of conversation that we hope will translate into passage of landmark achievements or landmark amendments to the Constitution that will impact on improving the quality of our democracy. I'm delighted that there are several resource persons in this room today Some are not just academic resource persons. A lot of them are practitioners, either as former governors who have dealt with the issue of local governments, and I'm seeing directly in front of me three former governors, Governor Abubakar, Governor Orji Uzokalo, my governor, Governor Emeka Ihedioha, and several others who have dealt with this issue practically. We're delighted that they will be able to share with us the benefits of the experience that they have. We also have distinguished senators who have also worked on these issues and honorable members, and we're hoping that all of the issues confronting the administration of local government in Nigeria will be a conversation, and hopefully we'll take the outcome of that into the issues that the House of Representatives Committee and indeed the National Assembly Committees on Constitution Review will be taken. But beyond the administration of local governments, also how do we select those who will represent us in the local governments, including how our elections conducted into local governments. A lot of us have seen that in recent elections conducted across the country, it has raised more questions about how do you achieve representative local governments, such that elections are taken seriously, elections are seen as producing the right choices made by the people. And as you have seen with recent elections conducted, it's a major issue. How do you ensure that the quality of local government elections reflect people's votes? A situation where in every state where there is a governor, candidates win, of the ruling party win all the seats, is completely unacceptable and does not represent the quality of elections we need for local government. So it will be a major issue for the Constitutional Review Committee to look at how you can achieve credible local government elections, amongst other conversations about local governments. So we hope that we'll have a great day today having these conversations, and that there will be suggestions that would come from this that assist the committees on Constitutional Review in both the House of Representatives and the Senate. PLAC is very delighted to be part of this conversation, and especially very grateful to the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office for supporting this, and Cynthia Rowe, the Development Director, is here. We're very delighted at the support from FCDO respecting this. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for being part of this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clement. Thank you so very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, moving real quick, the work that the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center PLAC is doing to support this constitution review process is being funded by the UK Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office, FCDO. And today at this meeting, we have the Director of Development of the UK Foreign and Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO, Cynthia Rowe. Please make her welcome as she comes to give us a goodwill message, while I announce the presence of the former governor of Kebbi State, Senator Adamu Alero. Your Excellency, you are very welcome, sir.
Thank you, and good morning to everyone here. I will start, of course, with the protocols. So I would just like to recognize the Senate President, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honourable Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee on Constitutional Review, the Leader and other officers of the House of Representatives, principal officers, distinguished senators, honourable members, traditional rulers present, and of course all other distinguished stakeholders here, and ladies and gentlemen. I think I've gone through the protocols, but do please permit me to adopt the rest of the protocols established. So, first of all, thank you for the invitation to join you today. I am honoured to be part of this important conversation on local governance, and it's part of the unfolding constitutional amendment process which the UK is glad to be supporting through our partnership with the Policy and Legal Advocacy Centre plaque. And I would like to start and recognise by thanking the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker and other principal officers of the House of Representatives for bringing us all together. And of course, I mean, I'm looking around the room now and it is absolutely full to the brim. And so I would like to very much welcome the presence of the wide range of stakeholders and representatives from the National Assembly, from state and local governments, from ministries, departments and agencies, as well as civil society, the media and the international community. The lively debate around local government and local governance in Nigeria, of course, is a timely one. The views of stakeholders over the past few months on the constitutional, administrative, financial and service implications highlights just how much careful consideration is needed. As your partner, it is not for the UK to state which model or which choice is most appropriate for Nigeria. That is for the stakeholders in this room and beyond to decide, of course. But as you engage in this all-important dialogue to crystallise some of these issues, please allow me to offer some general observations. Local governance is fundamentally about bringing government closer to citizens and a more direct interaction between government and the governed. And it has a very, very real impact on people's lives. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, approximately 70% of Nigerians live in rural areas, with about 72% of the rural population considered poor. So local governance is very much about the best way of delivering essential services for people. It is about enabling people to put food on their plates, to access clean water, to get healthcare, to get education for their families, and of course about economic opportunities that are within the reach of all citizens. And even for those who are in a better position in life, it is about 2 years working on public sector reform across Africa, across Asia, and in fact I was one of a small team of people who redesigned the local government system in the UK back in 2004, where we updated the 200-year-old system. We had a committee system that was about 200 years old, and upturned it to make it more accountable for local citizens. And I most recently worked on the brand new and unique model of federalism in Nepal, where we worked with the high-functioning local governments in urban areas, right through to mentoring women in the most remote parts of the Himalayas on some of the basics around pulling together a meeting and understanding how to make decisions. So I know very well, just how complicated this is. And I know that it takes patience, it takes a willingness to listen to each other across federal and state and community lines, so that we can hold ourselves collectively more accountable. And I include development partners in that speech as well. We should be accountable for the things that we are promising and to deliver for the things that we are committed to. And this conversation has the potential to progress Nigeria's democratic practice and strengthen the path to effective reforms. So I will round up by saying that the United Kingdom is committed to our long-standing partnership with Nigeria. That is evidenced by the recent signing of the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership Agreement that was between both of our countries very recently. And as a partner in Nigeria's democracy, the UK is pleased to be supporting the current constitutional review process through our new governance programme, and that is called the Partnership for Agile Governance and Climate Engagement, PACE for short. And we will continue to support in the best and most useful way that we can when we are invited to do so. So once again, many thanks. Many thanks to the leadership of the House of Representatives, to PLAC, and to all of the stakeholders who have contributed and will contribute to this event. And I wish you well for all of your deliberations for the rest of today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. Yes. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Cynthia Rowe, Director of Development, UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. Moving real quick, they have been partners in progress in this journey. They have attended every event called by this committee, and just last week, the chairman of the House of Representatives Committee on Constitution Review and the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie-Kalu, was in Ado-Ekiti, Ekiti State, to meet with the speakers of the 6 state houses of assembly in southwest Nigeria. Today, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the speakers are also here again to be a part of this conversation. I've recognized at least 20 speakers of state houses of assembly here. To give us a goodwill message on behalf of all the speakers who are here, join me as I welcome the chairman of the Conference of Speakers of State Legislatures in Nigeria, Mr. Adebo, Right Honorable Adebo Ogundoyin, who is here, ably represented by the Speaker, Jigawa State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Haruna Aliyu. Let's make him warm, please. And as he comes, I recognize Engineer Ahmed Kadi Amshi, who is the Executive Chairman, National Assembly Service Commission. You're welcome, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. His Excellency the Senate President, ably represented. His Excellency the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, ably represented by his Deputy Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu. Distinguished speakers of the 36th State House of Assembly, our royal fathers, please, I like to stand on already existing established protocol. This is the goodwill message of my chairman. I read as follows. It is with great honor and profound humility that I stand before this distinguished gathering to deliver this goodwill message on behalf of the Conference of Speakers of State Legislators of Nigeria. Let me begin by expressing our heartfelt appreciation to the House of Representatives Committee on Constitution Review, the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center, PLAC, and the UK Foreign Aid, Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO, for organizing this critical national dialogue. Your commitment to fostering meaningful engagement on constitutional amendment is highly commendable. The issues before us today, especially those concerning the independence and the autonomy of local governments, strike at the very heart of grassroots governance and development in Nigeria. Local government remain pivotal to delivering essential services, fostering community participation, and ensuring inclusive development. However, achieving this requires robust financial and administrative independence, as well as transparent, credible local government elections. State legislatures play an indispensable role in the realization of these goals. As constitutionally empowered bodies, we are the gatekeepers of democracy at the subnational levels. It is our duty to enact laws that empower local governments, ensure accountability, and provide oversight that guarantees the proper utilization of resources for the benefit of our citizens. Through participation, through partnership and dialogue such as this, state legislatures can align their legislative functions with national priorities and global best practice. Today, I reaffirm commitment of state legislators to working collaboratively with all stakeholders to implement amendments that enhance the efficiency and the effectiveness of local government administration. We are partners in progress, dedicated to strengthening governance structures and alleviating the challenges faced by the Nigerian people. Once again, I thank the organizers of this event for convening such an impactful dialogue. May the deliberation of this gathering yield fruitful outcome that will chart a progressive course for local governments in Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the Speaker of Jigawa State House of Assembly. You're very welcome, sir. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, making progress. Again, 2 weeks ago, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker and the leadership of the House and members of the Constitution Review Committee were at the Secretariat of the Nigerian Governors Forum to interface with governors and also bring them up to speed on the activities of the House Committee on the review of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Today, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, we have the Chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum and Governor of Kwara State, His Excellency Abdulrahman Abdulrazak, who has asked Mr. Chijioke Chukwu to deliver his goodwill message. Please, let's make welcome the representative of the Chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum and Governor of Kwara State, Mr. Chijioke Chukwu, as he delivers the address of the Chairman of the Governors Forum. An applause will help, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Good morning. Like you've just been told, I represent the Governor of Kwara State and Chairman of the Nigeria Governors Forum, His Excellency Abdulrahman Abdulrazak. I would crave your indulgence to stand on the protocols that have been already established here, but it would be remiss of me not to recognize the following personalities. The President of the Senate, Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Dr. Abbas, ably represented by the Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Benjamin Okeze Carlos, CON. Distinguished Senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the House Leader, House of Representatives, Professor Julius Ehombere, members of the House of Representatives, former governors here present, traditional rulers, diplomatic corps, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Like Professor Julius, the only views that are ascribable to me this morning are just the protocols. Everything I'm about to say are the views of the Chairman Governors Forum. I bring you felicitations from the Nigeria Governors Forum as the leading platform for collaboration and consensus building among the 36 executive governors of Nigeria. The NGF is pleased to acknowledge the significant progress made in enhancing governance across the country. Today, majority of the states have duly elected local government councils in place, reflecting a strengthened commitment to democracy at the grassroots level. The NGF recognizes the Supreme Court's ruling on local government autonomy as a landmark development with profound implications for governance. Autonomy presents an opportunity to deepen service delivery across critical sectors, particularly in health care, education, and other social services. By empowering local governments to manage resources effectively, we can collectively ensure that development reaches every Nigerian, no matter how remote their community may be. The Governors Forum remains resolute in its commitment to the effective implementation of local government autonomy. The governors are keen to collaborate with stakeholders, including development partners, civil society, and other arms of government to translate this autonomy into tangible improvements in the lives of our people. It is our belief that a well-structured autonomy with mutually aligned implementation framework will not only drive accountability and efficiency in resource management, but will also catalyze the sustainable development goals at the subnational level. Together, we can transform the local government system into a vibrant vehicle for economic growth, social development, and national integration. The Nigeria Governors Forum therefore reiterates its readiness to provide the coordination required to ensure that this transition to local government autonomy is impactful. Let us continue to work together in building a stronger, more inclusive Nigeria. Thank you and have a fruitful session. God bless.
Thank you very much, Chijioke Chukwu, Director, Legal Services at the Nigerian Governors Forum, who has just read the address of the Chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum, His Excellency Abdulrahman Abdulrazak, Governor of Kwara State. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, moving real quick at this point, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to take our opening address. And it is my singular honor to invite the Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives, Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, PhD, GCON, to come and give us his opening address. And to do this, he's ably represented by the one he calls his brother, the Deputy Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezie Carlo, CON. Let's put our hands together for him, please.
Please, you may have your seat, please. Your Excellency, the President of the Senate and the Chairman of the National Assembly, distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, GCON, ably represented, distinguished Senator Afolabi Salisu, the leader of the House of Representatives and the Vice Chairman, the House of Representative Committee on Constitution Review, Honorable Professor Julius Ihonvere, the principal officers of House of Representatives here present, members of the National Assembly here present, especially the members of the Committee on Constitution Review, most distinguished Excellencies. The way I choose to put it that way is because some of you who were former governors are now members of the National Assembly, so you wear two titles. Your Excellencies, the former presiding officers of National Assembly, especially former governor of Imo State, Right Honorable Emeka Ihedioha. Let me use you to reach the remaining 7 former deputy speakers expected to be here. The Royal Highness Justice Sidi Baji Mohammed, CFR, Justice of the Supreme Court, retired, the Chairman, Nasarawa State Council of Traditional Rulers, Royal Majesty Eze Linus Mba Nto, Chairman, Abia State Council of Traditional Rulers, Royal Majesty Dr. Adekunle Adiabo Rotun Ekiti, Paramount Ruler of Moba Kingdom, Royal Highness King Dr. Apollos Chu OFR Nchiex of Eleme Kingdom, Royal Highness Omar Kiari El Kameni, Shehu of Bama, Borno State, Speaker Conference of Speakers, ably represented, development partners, members of civil society organization, invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This morning, like has been pointed out by the Master of Ceremony, standing in for my boss, my principal, the Speaker of the 10th Assembly. I call him my friend and my partner, with whom I'm well pleased, Dr. Tajuddin Abbas, Iyan Zhao Zhao, who was on his way to this occasion but was asked to take care of another very important issue. He might be joining us before we leave the room today. So this speech is from him. I'm only giving voice to it. Wordings are not mine, so all the credit goes to him. Bear with my voice. I know he will speak better if he was here in person. Honorable colleagues, distinguished Nigerians and stakeholders, the Nigerian project gathered here today. I'm delighted once again to welcome you to yet another national dialogue, a series of consultation to harness citizens' view and preferences in our effort at having a truly people's constitution in our country. Only recently, a similar dialogue was held in this same place to find constitutional pathways to open up our governance, political space to accommodate the very resourceful Nigerian women in our decision-making process. Today's dialogue focuses on a critical aspect of our governance structure, the local government system. Local governments are often referred to as the closest tier of government to the people. They play an essential role in delivering services, fostering community development, and ensuring that citizen voices are heard at all levels of governance. However, for local governments to fulfill these roles effectively, they must operate with a degree of autonomy that allows them to respond promptly and appropriately to the unique needs of their communities. Ladies and gentlemen, sadly, in spite of the noble intention of the drafters of our Constitution in instituting the local government system, it is evident that there are significant challenges that hinder their effectiveness. Issues such as inadequate funding, lack of autonomy, insufficient capacity, usurpation of these functions by other levels of government, corruption, and many more have plagued local government for decades. These challenges not only stifle local governance, but also impede national development. The need for reform has never been more urgent. Distinguished audience, inadequate funding remains one of the most significant obstacles. Local governments often operate on budgets that are insufficient to meet their responsibilities. This financial constraint limits their ability to deliver essential services such as education, healthcare, infrastructure development, and sanitation. As a result, many communities continue to suffer from poor living conditions and lack access to basic amenities. Moreover, the lack of autonomy is another critical issue facing local government in Nigeria. Current structure often places local administrations under the control of state governments, which can lead to interference in their operations and decision-making processes. This lack of independence stifles innovation and accountability at the local level. Additionally, insufficient capacity, both in terms of human resources and institutional frameworks, has hindered effective governance at the local level. Many local government officials lack the necessary training and skills required for efficient administration, This gap not only affects their delivery, their service delivery, but also erodes public trust in local governance. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most pressing issues we must deal with is the poor quality of elections into local government councils across states. This situation not only undermines the very essence of democracy, but also raises serious concerns about the integrity and functionality of our local governance structure. When elections are characterized by a lack of competitiveness, wherein the ruling party sweeps all positions, it becomes evident that we are witnessing a mockery of democratic principles. It ought not to be so. This scenario is not merely an embarrassment, it poses a significant threat to our democracy. It fosters an environment where undesirable elements infiltrate these councils, often lacking the necessary capacity and vision to govern effectively. Consequently, local government become mere appendages of state governments or pawns in the hands of so-called godfathers who manipulate political outcomes for their own gain. We acknowledge and appreciate the recent efforts by the administration, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, in strengthening our local government system. The recent Supreme Court judgment mandating the conduct of elections into the councils, direct disbursement of funds to them, has provided a significant legal framework that supports the autonomy and the functionality of local governments across the country. We need to put our hands together for Mr. President and the Supreme Court. This landmark decision is a testament to our collective commitment to uphold democratic principles at all levels of governance. However, while we celebrate these advancements, we must also acknowledge that the need for comprehensive reform has never been more urgent, as some of the nagging issues still persist. Constitutional reforms are essential to address these challenges, and so, in a comprehensive manner, we must advocate for greater financial autonomy for local governments by ensuring that they receive adequate funding directly, federal allocations, without excessive state control. Yeah, you can clap. Yeah. We are disciples of democracy, so principles of democracy that will advance our democracy, a step towards that direction needs an applause, and this is one of such. Additionally, we should explore mechanisms and empower local governments with more decision-making authority over their affairs. Furthermore, investing in capacity building for local government officials is paramount. Training programs should be established to equip them with the skills needed for effective governance and service delivery. Importantly, we must confront the disgraceful poor conduct of elections into the council. We must find a way of instilling transparency, a way of instilling fairness, a way of instilling openness in the conduct of elections into local governance. Doing this will require the understanding and collaborative effort of the state governors and the houses of assembly. We must find a way of convincing them that a strengthened local government system will relieve the state of unnecessary burdens and lead to grassroots development. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that the chairman of the Constitutional Review, Honorable Benjamin Kalu, has initiated talks with state governors and speakers of the state houses of assembly as the key drivers of the local government system to ensure compromises and common grounds on the subject matter. I support this initiative and hope that it will yield the necessary outcome in the amendment of the necessary provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I must emphasize that this dialogue is not merely an exercise in reiterating the well-documented challenges faced by local government. Rather, it serves as a vital opportunity for substantive discussions that will inform the Constitutional Review Committee, making appropriate recommendations, amending the necessary provisions of the Constitution. This is essential to ensure compliance with the existing ruling of the Supreme Court regarding the status of local government council. Ladies and gentlemen, I have confidence in this committee, led by the capable Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu. He's talking about me. And his distinguished team. I believe they will effectively distill these discussions into impactful legislative measures that will receive support both the national and state houses of assembly. Therefore, I encourage everyone present to share their views and expectations openly. This collaborative effort will enable the committee to meet the aspirations of all Nigerians concerning the local government system in Nigeria. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Policy Legal Advocacy Center plaque for the unwavering support alongside invaluable assistance from the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, including the European Union. Their contributions have been instrumental in advancing this process in our collective efforts to strengthen the foundations of our democracy. The 10th House of Representatives deeply values your partnership.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, he joined us while the Deputy Speaker was giving a speech. Please make welcome your own beloved comrade, His Excellency Senator Adams Aliyu Oshomole. Let's make him welcome, please. Thank you, distinguished Senator, for joining us. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again would like to appreciate you for the time you have taken to come and be with us today, and would like to assure you once again that you will get value for being with us here today. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, apologies for the slide. The representative of the Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Godswill Obot Akpabio, GCON, he had not come in when we mentioned his name and invited him, but now I'm told that he is seated. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's make welcome the Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as he comes forward to give his goodwill message at this event. Let's put our hands together for the representative of the Senate President, please, for his goodwill message. Thank you very much, distinguished Senator, sir.
Thank you, thank you. Let me first offer apologies. I just was drafted this morning and I was in my local government in Ogun State. So, and I had to make away from my local government to come here to discuss local government matters. The Deputy Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, Your Excellency, Right Honorable Ben Kalu, CON, distinguished senators who are here in their large numbers, the Clerk of National Assembly, members of the House of Representatives, distinguished Nigerians, I have the honor to present the goodwill message of the President of the Senate and Chairman of National Assembly, His Excellency Distinguished Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio, CON. And therefore I will proceed straight to read the message in order not to waste any further time. Today, we come together in a spirit of unity and purpose, in a moment that calls for reflection, resolve, and renewal. As we engage in this national dialogue on local government and constitutional amendment, let us remember that democracy is not just a concept that resides in the halls of power. It is a living, breathing force that must resonate in the hearts and minds of every single citizen, beginning at the grassroots level. I want to take a moment to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the chairman and members of the House of Representatives Committee on the Review of the Constitution. Your unwavering commitment and tireless effort in organizing this vital dialogue exemplify true leadership and a dedication to advancing our democracy. You are the stewards of our future, and for that, we are grateful. Your willingness to engage in these critical discussions demonstrate a profound understanding of the challenges we face together and a determination to seek solutions that will empower our local governments and by extension our citizens. The work you do is not just important, it is essential for the future of our governance structure and the very fabric of our society. But we must confront an uncomfortable truth. For too long, our local governments have been held back by financial constraints, bureaucratic inefficiencies, and a lack of autonomy. This has created a disconnect between the government and the governed, leading to disillusionment and apathy among our citizens. It is our duty to ensure that local governments are not mere administrative units, but they are vibrant institutions that reflect the will of the people, fostering accountability, transparency, and responsiveness. As we deliberate on the amendment to our Constitution, let us prioritize the issues that matter most to our citizens: the need for financial autonomy, the conduct of free and fair elections, and the establishment of mechanisms that promote good governance at the local level. We must empower our local leaders to make decisions that directly affect their communities, allowing them to respond swiftly to the needs and challenges they face. Let us not forget that true democracy is not merely about the right to vote. It is about the right to be heard and the right to have one's needs met. It is about ensuring that every Nigerian, no matter where they live, feels the impact of governance in their daily lives. Together, we have an incredible opportunity to chart a new course for our democracy, one where local governments are strong, independent, and truly representative of the people they serve. As we embark on this journey together, let us commit ourselves to creating a Nigeria where democracy is not just a lofty ideal, but a lived reality for all. I'd like to thank you, and may our declaration today pave the way for a brighter, more democratic future for our beloved nation. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Senator Salisu Afolabi is a representative of the President of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio. Another round of applause for him, please. He made great efforts to be with us this morning. He came in from his local government this morning to come and be a part of this local government conversation. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to notify you, sir, that Dr. U.S. Atang is here representing the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Barrister Nyeso Ezebowo Wike. Dr. U.S. Atang, please, representing the Honorable Minister. Thank you very much. We are moving forward. Again, we assured you that every time you spend here with us today will be filled with value. We are about to delve into the technical aspect of this conversation today, and will shortly be inviting our keynote speaker to set the context for the local government reforms in Nigeria. Our keynote speaker is a professor of political science and international relations at Nigeria's only eponymous university, the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. He is also a visiting professor of political science and international relations at the University of Abuja, while also being an adjunct country director for the Center for Development of Institutions here in Abuja. He is a well-known author of numerous academic publications and a scholar of international repute. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me as we make welcome Professor Anthony Obayi Onyishi as he sets the seminal background for our conversations today. Let's please put our hands together for him as he comes to the podium to give his keynote presentation. Professor Anthony Obayi Onyishi, Professor of Political Science and International Relations. Prof, you're very welcome, sir.
Thank you, MC. The Senate President of Nigeria, here ably represented, the Speaker of the House of National Assembly, House of Representatives, also ably represented, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Reps, who incidentally is our host, representing both the Speaker and himself here, distinguished royal fathers, your excellencies of various cadres, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to align myself with already established protocol. As the title of my presentation says, I'm to set the context. In other words, to bring forth the general outline, maybe from both academic and technical perspective, because I can see that there are other specific topics in this area of our national dialogue. Second slide. I begin with quotation, that epic quotation by Alexander Pope. For forms of government, let fools contest. What is best administered is best. And I thank God that we're here. All the stakeholders are here almost. The Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, who incidentally is at the driving seat, pointed out that about 20 speakers of Nigeria's Houses of Assembly are here. It's a very cheering news, because in 2010, when the 6th National NAS was making an attempt to amend the Constitution as it relates to the autonomy, the financial independence of the local government, about 14 Houses of Assembly refrained from affirming the proposal by the National Assembly to give financial autonomy, administrative autonomy to local government, but paradoxically endorsed the financial autonomy of INEC, the financial autonomy of National Assembly, and the financial autonomy of the judiciary at the national level. I say paradoxically because those Houses of Assembly also withdrew, refrained from approving or affirming the proposal by the National Assembly to give autonomy to state Houses of Assembly. So that tells you where we are, and that tells you that this is a turning point, and that today is radically different. The moment we are in now, to the glory of God, is radically different because it looks now like all and sundry are committed to amending the constitution as it relates to reforming the local government system. We have seen here, and then regarding the quotation, what I mean is that it does not matter whether it is presidential, whether it is parliamentary, whether it's monarchical, whatever form of government that works for people is the best form of government. A statement made 18th century by Alexander Pope is very, very valid in terms of its tenancy with reference to our condition today. Several speakers, let me have another slide. I want to show something. Yeah, you can see a sharp contrast there. That other one typifies an average rural area in Africa. The other one typifies an average rural area somewhere else where local administration is making meaningful impact on people's life. And we are today to turn around the condition of our local areas so that it will look like that. And by the way, if we have 774 local governments in this country. If the 774 local governments are developed, fully developed, then Nigeria is fully developed. Because there's no part of the country that does not belong to a local government. I guess even the Aso Rock, that is home to our president and commander-in-chief, belongs to a local government. And that is why the discussion of today is very critical. And so, we are going to be looking at this contest by looking at electoral reform proposals. We shall look at administrative independence of the local government. We shall look at financial autonomy. We shall look at accountability and transparency. We shall look at institutional reforms. Bring the slides. Then the historical context. Of course, we had a system of government, we had a system of organizing ourselves before the advent of the white men. So we had a way of organizing ourselves. And we organized ourselves very well. To the extent that Lugard, when he came, we were so impressed about how the people they met were so well organized that he decided that based on the experience he had had before, he had had in Uganda, he had even had in India, he said, well, given the vast area that I'm to take care of, that I'm to administer, and given the fact that I've met well-established form of governance and organization of people, the best thing for me is to make use of what was existing. And so the dual mandate principle is rooted in that condition, in the pre-colonial condition of governance of our people. Yes, that was, if you like, easily reconcilable, you know, to the British tradition. And then within the context again of the general policy of association of the British colonial administration. So it was possible to make use of the MRA system. And again in the West, you had the overship system. Of course, in the East, you don't have a centralized administrative system, but you could identify nodes of local authorities that you could make use of. That's by way of background. Then, but we had problem. Speaker after speaker, preliminary speeches that were made, have made reference to the fact that we actually have problem in the, you know, excuse me. That the local government system has problem. And given the fact that I don't have much time, the best thing to do, because I've actually done about 44-page, I have a 44-page research output that I've given to the organizers. What I've just done here is to give you the outline of my intervention. And I've been guided by the organizers of the event because they have given me realms of intervention. Number one is the electoral reform proposal that needs radical transformation. And here we are proposing, first of all, that given the very deplorable condition of the electoral process and the electoral system in the local government, it is at the root of the problem. The process, the integrity of the process of recruiting political office holders is at the root of the problem of local government. So when you talk about autonomy, autonomy from who? If somebody is appointed, he or she has to obey, he or she has to work according to the, if you like, the thinking, according to the values that have been set down by somebody who has influenced his appointment. One of the speakers here talked about godfathers influencing the appointment of, if you like, selection, which they call, if you like, election. The Supreme Court's decision of 12th July is a veritable fillip in this direction. So we are proposing that in addition to have a central body, election management body, charged with local government election, there should also be a zero-party system, as happens in a lot of places. About 85% of the local government electoral system in Canada is on zero-party basis. In America, the same thing. In Ghana, behind us, the same thing. In South Africa, is a mixed grill. You have nomination list by the political parties, and you have nomination from wards, on zero-party basis. And they say that encouraging independent candidacy will make election into local government system merit-based. It will reduce political interference. It will make the people who are serving at both the political and career level of the local government system to be committed. It will encourage the election of people who are committed. In most cases, people who are advanced, people who are experienced, some of them retired, some of them who are accomplished career people in their own right, and most importantly, people who are recognized and who have affinity with the grassroots that they are to represent. Then, thereby leaving partisan politics at the state level. During the Babangida administration, and to some extent during the Abacha administration, you had attempts. You had some election, 1987 specifically, the election into local government, if you like, offices, we are on zero-party basis, and all of us saw what happened when we returned to party basis, when after the reform of 1988-89, particularly after the introduction of presidential system into the local government by Babangida administration. All of us saw what happened when the people who are elected on party basis, how they started behaving. Some of them even formed Republican Party, and we saw all kinds of things that came up. So we are proposing here that a zero-party system will encourage people who are committed and then lessen partisanship. Then we are also proposing that if the present structure of the country is to be, retained, if the present structure of the country is to be retained, then we have to lessen state government's control, because the Constitution specifies in Section 7 and other associated sections of the Constitution that the local government is a tier of government, and that's an incorporation of landmark reform that took place in 1976 by the military. So if the local government is a constitutional third tier of government, it has no business being attached to the state to the extent of meddlesomeness, to the extent that they are weakened, they are stifled, according to the Deputy Speaker. Now you have two theories relating to the existence of local government. One is what we call the Dillon rule, Dillon theory, Dillon of Iowa. He says, in that famous statement, he said that the local government, and that's with reference to American practice, because American Constitution did not make provision for local government specifically. There is nowhere in American Constitution where you see mention of local government. But it was presumed that local government will be under the state, and the state will take care of local government very well. And in any case, states in America have constitution that provided, if you like, the legal, if you like, bulwark for people seeking redress in case of any thing untoward, in case of any problem with governance, in case of problem of justice, in case of problem of any governance deficit or any, if you like, injustice suffered by a person, you can make reference to the existing constitution of the state. So the Dillian rule says that the local government can be likened to a child in relation to his or her parents. And then some of the people who are moving that the state government will continue to control local government, I make reference to the Dillian theory or Dillian rule that is saying that the local governments have to attach to the state. But no, the Nigerian constitution has a definite and specific provision that the local government is a third tier of government. Then the constitution, there should be a constitution by the states. Okay? Then administrative independence, the challenges. The constraint here is the 1999 constitution as amended constraints that because of contradictory provision, the provision for local government as an autonomous, and then the provision in 4th schedule and 5th schedule about the functions of the local government, and then the provision again for state control. So the state legislators control local government. Then there is centralized oversight, system from the state government. Then we are now proposing that we could experiment on a parliamentary system at local government level, where you elect the chairman, the executive chairman of the local government from among the councillors. In that case, you ensure there is more inclusive, there is more collegial, there is more inclusive and collegial approach to policy making, and more importantly, members of the local government councils will be in a better position to control the chairman, who is now their member, and then you have councillors who are supervisors instead of having the purely presidential, if you like, system at the local government level. So you could experiment parliamentary system, and that is why it goes back to the example. Whatever works for us, it must not be presidential system at all levels. Then the financial autonomy, a critical paradigm shift is required here. And we propose multifaceted revenue generation strategies. The Supreme Court has already given a fee day, has already given a blanket check. But what we are doing in this forum is to debate on how we are going to amend the constitution, because in spite of the Supreme Court's ruling, Supreme Court does not make constitution. In spite of the Supreme Court's ruling, we still need to amend the constitution. Okay. We still need to amend the constitution so as to give effect to the reform. Then budgetary independence of the local government must be ensured. In Brazil, for instance, we have what we call participatory budgetary system, where from the grassroots you have cells, you have committees who discuss, civil society groups discuss budget of local councils. You have to make it accountable, you have to make it inclusive, you have to make it participatory, so that both vertical and horizontal, you control the budgetary system. That is to say that you ensure that the local government is accountable to the people in budget input, in budget preparation, and budget execution, as it is also accountable to the state government. Then, of course, direct federal allocation is our target. There has to be direct federal allocation. That means the joint state and local government, if you like, committee has to go. I mean, joint state and local government, if you like, allocation committee has to go. Then, accountability and transparency mechanism. Accountability dimensions. Accountability has 3 major dimensions: vertical, citizens' participation; direct engagement with channels like the civil society; then horizontal accountability, interagency checks, that between the local government. You have that is accountability. That means the council, but you don't have a judicial system as a local government system, because we are also proposing that we should have a judicial system that is going to adjudicate issues of conflict when it comes to performance, when it comes to one, if you like, institution of local government, one department or unit of local government. You need that, but we are coming to it. Then you have internal accountability. That's what we call ethical conduct procedures. Then performance monitoring, that is done both from top and from below, top down and bottom up. When you have citizen cell, 1987-88 in former Anambra State, you have what we call blueprint for local for rural development. You have development committees at community level, at sub local government level, then at district level, then at local government level. If you have such units that will incorporate key players and key community political leaders at that level, they should be able to ensure the extraction of accountability on a regular basis from the local government. Technology enabled solution. Digital transparency, we are in ICT age. Digital transparency portals, something like blockchain for financial integrity. If we establish blockchain technology system, it is going to enable citizens to participate very easily in monitoring budget performance and in making input into the budget process. There are mobile reporting applications and all that. Institutional reforms. Okay, thank you. Okay. Institutional reforms, building strong system. Foundational principles, move beyond strong men to strong institutions. Resilient governance frameworks need to be established. Consistent public service delivery, reform strategy, decentralized decision-making system, create independent revenue mechanisms. I want to make a point here. The local government functional jurisdictions, it is concurrent, they are concurrent with that of the states. And because they are concurrent with that of the states, in most cases, states take over the revenue generating functions of the local government. This has to be looked into. And I'm sure that if constitutional amendment takes care of this and gives enough autonomy to the local government, the inversion of the province of function that enables the local government to generate revenue. Because these days you see a situation where state governments take care of most of the parks, state government take care of collection of capitation taxes, take care of collection of retirement rates, all those rates and all those taxes that local government are supposed to collect, because it is from the concurrent list in the schedule. This interference has to go. Establish transparent governance system. Develop performance evaluation system. Sorry, another slide. I've talked about a parliamentary system at local government level. Recommendation focuses. So finally, the recommendation focuses on enhancing local government autonomy, addressing fiscal and administrative dependence, abolition of state-local joint accounts, zero-party stroke independent candidacy for local government, for election into local government, abolition of state independent electoral commission, creation of neutral central national electoral body to manage local government elections, ensuring direct physical transfer to local government, protecting the tenure of elected local governments, preventing arbitrary dissolution of councils, legislating a 4-year tenure for local government elected officials to rhyme with other levels, that is the state and the national, reducing state government interference, considering the promulgation of a hybrid full-time and part-time tenure for different categories of political office, for different categories of political office holders in the local government system. Establishment of cabinet system of government at the local level. I've said this. The path forward, the political will, the critical success factors in any attempt in this effort to reform the local government system are as follows. You need the political will. You need the political will. The ball is in your courts. All the stakeholders are here. The lawmakers are here. The initiative was taken by the executive branch of the government going to court and obtaining a court decision. It has given a fillip. all things, all the factors, all the forces are coming together, configuring in the direction and in favor of local government reforms. But you need the political will to do this. Comprehensive planning, sustained commitment, and so on and so forth. So the ultimate goal will be a responsive, efficient, citizen-centric local government system that drives national development. I want to say that 2009, the Black American president, Barack Obama, came to visit Africa. He decided to go to Ghana, for this is best known to him. When he was concluding his visit, he invited African leaders. He addressed them. He told them, please, for Africa to move forward, let us prioritize development of strong institutions over strong men. A year later, his Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton, visited but I don't have time to go, and that's why I've given a broad outline to set the context for debates and dialogue on reform of our local government system. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's make him feel warm. Let's appreciate him better. It is not easy for a dean of a faculty to be asked to shorten his lecture. He's a professor, a seasoned one at that, who is used to delivering seminal lectures, and we have had to ask him to abridge his lecture. We thank you, Prof, for obliging us. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have gone into the technical session of this meeting. We know that a lot of people are brimming with questions. I've had a few people beckon on me from the back telling me that they have questions. Please, every question will be entertained. Put your questions together. We are going into the panel session, which will still discuss this matter, so that perhaps some of our panelists may answer your question, but if you still have questions after, then we'll endeavor to have them answered. Taking permission from the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, please would like to invite Dr. U.S. Atang, the representative of the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Barrister Ezebunwo Nyesom Wike, to please come and give us the goodwill message of the Honorable to give us the goodwill message of the Honorable Minister for the Federal Capital Territory, Dr. U.S. Atang. Let's please make him welcome. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, AMC. Your Excellencies, a very distinguished President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, both ably represented here, other distinguished Nigerians here present, please permit me to align myself with the already very well established protocol. I bring you warm greetings from His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Chief Barrister Ezebunwo Nyesom Wike, CON, who has mandated me to present his goodwill message to this august gathering. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to commend the National Assembly and indeed the House of Representatives for taking this very bold step to provide a platform for this extremely important discourse that aims to strengthen one of the fundamental structures of our democracy, which is the local government system. There's no gainsaying the fact that the local government system is the closest to the citizens, which over the years have albeit government system. On this note, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the Federal Capital Territory and to wish us very fruitful and rewarding deliberations. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the representative of the Honorable Minister of the FCT, Ezebunwo Nyesom Wike, CON. At this point, we are continuing with the technical session, and we are shortly going into the first panel of the day. but to set the tone for that panel, which is speaking on constitutional framework for local government effectiveness, challenges and reform pathways, we have a lead discussant who will carry on with the conversation. Our lead discussant for this topic started his political trajectory by winning election as a councillor in his local government area. From there, he became a member of his state House of Assembly and proceeded to the Federal House of Representatives, representing his constituency for 3 terms. It was from there that he moved on to the Senate to represent his senatorial zone, and later became a senior special assistant to the president, first on legislative affairs and later on Niger Delta affairs. Today, he is a legislative consultant and a private legal practitioner. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, please join me as we make welcome distinguished Senator Ita Solomon Enang, officer of the Federal Republic and a holder of the National Productivity Order of Merit, as he comes forward to lead the discussion on constitutional framework for local government effectiveness, challenges and reform pathways for 20 minutes. Distinguished Senator, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. I've been asked to invite all the panelists to come up to sit down at the podium while the lead discussant starts the conversation. I'll start with the moderator of this panel, who is Honorable Malik Itiako Ikpokpo. Let's make him welcome as he comes to take his place as the moderator of this panel. This is a power-packed panel, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me. And moving straight, permit me to invite a former governor who is now a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, distinguished Senator Adamu Aliero. Let's put our hands together for His Excellency Senator Adamu Aliero, please. Also on this power-packed panel is another former governor, 2-term governor, a former member of the House of Reps, who is today a distinguished senator of the Federal Republic. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Senator Oji Uzo Kalu, former governor of Abia State and senator representing Abia North Senatorial District. Also on this panel is another powerhouse that you all know very well. Please make welcome a former president of the Nigerian Labour Congress in Nigeria, a former 2-term governor of Edo State, South Nigeria, and today a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Adams Aliu Oshomole, CON. Let's make him welcome, please. Also on the panel is the National President of the Association of Local Government of Nigeria, ALGON. Please make welcome Honorable Bello Lawal. Let's put our hands together for him. Also on this panel is the National President of the Nigerian Union of Local Government Employees, NOLGE. Please make welcome Ambali Akim Olatunji. You're very welcome. And last but not the least, he has honored us. He has agreed to be on this panel. Please make welcome our revered traditional ruler and Emir of Lafia, His Royal Highness Sidi Bago CFR. Please make welcome His Royal Highness Emir of Lafia, former Justice of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, who has judicial insight into what we are discussing. John Mutsu is also a member of the panel, but he will stay in the audience and make his contribution from there. At this point, the panelists will take their seat, the lead discussant will open the conversation, and the moderator will take over from there. Thank you, sir. Distinguished Senator Enang, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The Speaker of the House of Representatives here represented, please, for want of time, let me stand on established protocol. May I appreciate the National Assembly, the presentation is here. May I appreciate the National Assembly for inviting me to make this presentation. And I want to say that the question of the local government autonomy has been a very burning issue in the legislature and constitutional amendment. Now, let me take that His Lordship Nicky Toby, JSC, as he then was, now of blessed memory, delivering the lead judgment stated aptly in his opening narration in paragraphs 1 and 2 in the case of the Attorney General of the Federation and Attorney General of other states. He said, "This is yet another open quarrel between the states and federal government. This court is by now thoroughly familiar and used to such quarrels as they come before it fairly regularly in the last few years or so. The open quarrel dovetails to a subtle one between the concept of federalism and unitarism and in constitutional law and politics. Paradoxically, the two concepts do not have the slightest inkling or knowledge of the open quarrel they are roped in subtly." Please, I go to paragraph 2. "The cynosure or fulcrum of the quarrel is in respect of some sections of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and some sections of the revenue monitoring of revenue allocation to local governments Act 2005. It looks an apparently short act of 10 sections, but has caused so much anxiety, furor, and turbulence. It has caused so much ill feeling and rancor too, particularly in the states, that has caused this large litigation involving the federal government and the other states. This should challenge the powers of the National Assembly to enact the monitoring of revenue allocation to local government Act 2005 and the constitutionality thereof, praying the Supreme Court to set aside same as being a matter within the legislative competence of state legislature and not the National Assembly. By providence, I chaired the Rules and Business Committee of the House of Representatives, and Senator Odo Udoma chaired the National Planning Committee of the Senate. And in making this law, when the Senate passed and the House passed, I led the Conference Committee of the House, and Senator Udoma led the committee of the Senate that harmonized the bill, which became law. And after this law was enacted, the governors of the 36 states took us to court that the law should be set aside, that the National Assembly had no power to make this law and to interfere in the administration of local governments, and the the Supreme Court. Thank God I cannot call my Lord as a witness in this matter. Set aside the act and preserved only certain sections, holding that the National Assembly has exceeded its legislative powers. Although the law stands repealed, please let me draw the attention of the Honorable Deputy Speaker and the honorable members that law stands repealed. I mean, that certain of the sections were set aside. But when you look at the 2010 laws of the Federation, the course of researching on this, I see that law is completely repeated and does not show the areas that were struck down by the Supreme Court. So the National Assembly may have to take account of this and then bring an amendment to strike down some, or to remove those sections that were repealed by the struck down by the Supreme Court judgment, and only allow those areas that were allowed. I have stated here the provisions of the act as it were, and it is there. Please, it could be rolled up because of want of time. I have also stated the areas that were allowed and the areas that were not allowed. Before moving to another issue, may I please note that although the Apex Court set aside the act as a law, the court issued this profound statement on state of the law, which strengthened the intendment of the National Assembly, to wit, Justice Nicky Toby said, "I should say finally that any person who is at the corridor of local government finances or funds, or in some proximity to such finances or funds, or sleeping with them, and sees this judgment as a victory in the sense that he has the freedom of the air to steal from the finances or funds, should think twice and quickly remind himself that the two anti-corruption bodies, the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Rebellious Offences Commission and the EFCC, are watching him very closely and will, without notice, pounce on him for incarceration after due process. But that is not as serious as God's law, which says he will go to hell and he will certainly make hell. This is not a curse. God's law does not lie because God is not a liar. That is the Supreme Court judgment on those who steal local government funds. As this recurring effort to amend the Constitution to cure the mischief resumes, may we examine Section 162, subsection 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, which provides inter alia. Please, I want to say that as we say in court, it should be taken as read. It is being reflected here on the screen. The National Assembly would then adopt the best approach to amend to allow the money of the local government to be credited directly to the account of local government if the judgment of the Supreme Court in the understated case of Attorney General of the Federation versus Attorney General of Abia State is deemed incomprehensive, which I do not agree. With the recent Supreme Court judgment in AG of the Federation versus Attorney General of Abia State, on the issue of local government amendment as far as the issue of local government autonomy is concerned, the reference judgment is very apt and has covered almost all the gray areas as far as the local government autonomy is concerned. The holdings number 6 to 15 of the lead judgment of Agim, Justice of the Supreme Court, is reproduced hereunder. Please, permit me to read directly from the certified true copy of the judgment in case my reproduction of this has any mistake, but to make sure that everybody knows that it is coming from the raw, direct, certified judgment of the Supreme Court. Ratio number 6. You'll follow me as much as you can. The court declared in its judgment, this is the judgment and the final interpretation of the section and what they have stated should be done to the monies of the local government and how it should go. The court granted a declaration that the amount distributed to and standing to the credit of local government councils in the federation account can be paid by the federation directly to the democratically elected local government councils. 7. It gave a declaration that the amount distributed to and standing to the credit of a local government councils in the federation account must be paid by the federation to only the democratically elected local government councils and no other person or institution. It made a declaration that any of the elected or other officials of the 36 states of Nigeria who, through the instrumentality of either a state law or an administrative directive, order, dissolves or causes the dissolution of any of the democratic elected local government councils of their its state has gravely breached the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. Hence, by that token, has committed a gross misconduct, and we know what gross misconduct leads to. A declaration that by section 162(3) and 5 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, the amount standing to the credit of local government councils in the federation account shall be distributed to them and be paid directly, and again directly to them. 10. A declaration that is an order that the federation or federal government of Nigeria, through its relevant officials, forthwith commence the direct payment to each local government council of the amount standing to its credit in each of them in the federation account. And finally, an order of immediate compliance. This is the judgment of Agim JSC in the said judgment. Please permit me to just take 2 paragraphs of the judgment delivered by Adomain JSC in the reference suit on page 21 of his own judgment is here, but let me read from here. Justice Adumen said, by the clear provisions of Section 162, subsection 3, 5, 6, and 7 of the Constitution, the states are mere couriers of the allocations from the Federation account to local government councils. However, in delivering same as trustees, the states have, unfortunately, been using the allocations due to the local government councils as if they are the owners themselves. Must this unconstitutional conduct be permitted to continue ad infinitum? I do not think so. The chokehold on the allocations to local government councils from the Federation account by the states has to be stopped by the courts. Otherwise, the local government areas in Nigeria will suffocate. TC, the provisions of the ICPC, and it is taken as read, may it be taken as read. Challenges and reform pathways conclusion. From the above pronouncement of the Supreme Court and the recent judgment of the same Supreme Court upholding the nationwide application of the 3 anti-corruption legislations, challenges by the governors to wit, I will advocate implementation of the judgment in all its ramifications through instrumentalities of the anti-corruption institutions to enforce compliance and direct allocation to local government. 1. That even if we were to adopt the path of amendment, departure judgment of the Apex Court, for which credit goes to the courage of the President Tinubu's leadership and legal dexterity of the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Prince Lateef Fagbemi, who handled these matters personally. Even if we were to adopt the pathway of amendment with the greatest respect to the legislators, it would be difficult to get this through the floor of NAS, given the influence the governors have using threats of party return tickets to coerce legislators. I apologize, but this is my experience. Again, given the powers and hold the governors on the states have on the State House of Assembly, it would even be difficult to get this through the 2/3 of the State House of Assembly, even if it went through the National Assembly. 3. The Federal Executive and the National Assembly being led by the APC, Mr. President, having gotten this through the court, should lead the progressive governors to lead the process as achievement and policy of the party in enforcing constitutional federalism, being part of what the party, APC, promised the people in their manifesto. 4. Finally, that in implementation, the fact should be noted that the governors are not signatories to account or approval instruments, not even commissioners in certain cases, but civil servants who are accounting officers. Their anti-corruption institutions should go after them while in office and even after tenure. And I emphasize, even after tenure, even if you are accountant general, auditor general, and you be given be made a governor for the purpose of being given immunity, that is just constitutional bail. After tenure, you will face the trial. Given the issues, the judgment at all, this being my lead contribution in this panel discussion, I'm concluding now, sir. The anti-corruption institutions should go after them while in office. They are not clothed with immunity and not in any manner shielded from prosecution for crimes against the state and public treasury. This being my lead contribution in this panel, dear panelists, I hereby submit the above for discussion by the eminent panelists of practitioners and constitutional experts to conclude if and whether, given the issues and judgment of the courts and all, there is still need for any alteration of the relevant constitutional provision, or if there is intendment or proposed amendment by sponsors of the bills referred to in this NAS committee has been satisfied by the considered judgment of the Apex Court, I so submit. Thank you again for inviting me for this presentation. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Another round of applause for Senator Etta Enang. Senator, I can take this phone, can I? I can just take it away. Why you? Thank you very much. I think he also, like all others, deserve another round of applause. Please. The current state of councils across the country leaves much to be desired. In the last couple of years, it has become a sing-song. Sadly, nothing has been done about it. But because the country is moving towards the direction it needs to, the 10th Assembly, particularly the House of Representatives, has continued to do things differently, add value to where it belongs, the local government system, and listen to Nigerians who speak their minds in dialogues such as this. So I'll ask us to please put our hands together for the National Assembly, particularly the House of Representatives. On my panel today, we have distinguished Nigerians who have served at different levels. Their experiences are good for us, and that is what we'll tap on from today. I want to start with Senator Adamu Aliero. Your experience in local government is germane. You were governor for 8 years. I remember then it was local government elections that ushered in the main elections in 98-99. How will you assess and evaluate local government accountability in the use of their funds? And why are local governments not accountable to the electorates? What do you think gives room for that?
Thank you very much for this question. I will answer it in relation to my own experience only. When I became governor in 1999, the local government allocations were going directly into the accounts of the local government councils. I don't even know how much each council receives until after President Olusegun Obasanjo directed that all states should open what we call local government joint account in line with the provisions of the 1999 Constitution, where all funds meant for the local government will be channeled into that account. And in addition to that, 10% of whatever the state government generates should also be put into that joint account. And the State Assembly is requested to pass a revenue allocation formula where money will be distributed to all the local government councils based on the revenue allocation formula passed by the State Assembly. So we were doing this close to about 1.5 years. Suddenly this JAC account came up. And even then, we diligently and strictly adhered to the directive given to us. All allocations meant for local government councils were put into the local government joint account. And whatever revenue will generate an adult education, they are equally in charge of primary health care. They are equally in charge of construction of roads, sanitation, and what have you. Construction of drainages. And they are also involved in what we call economic development of the local government and even that of the state. And quite honestly, they are doing very well during our own tenure. And on the issue of election, we had what we call a State Independent Electoral Commission. And during my own tenure, I made sure that we conducted free and fair election to the extent that even the opposition party, by then, won quite a number of councillors. They didn't win chairmanship position.
Was that deliberate?
Hold on. They didn't win chairmanship position, but they won over 30 councilorships. And to a large extent, it's a radical departure from what is happening now, where no councillor will be won by opposition party.
Your Excellency, the issue of INEC and how elections are conducted will come in the next session.
Yeah.
I just want us to limit ourselves, particularly in the area of accountability. Now, I have asked about accountability because
Yeah.
you also see that chairmen are elected, they become chairmen, they are not accountable to anybody. How did you manage it in your time, specifically? 2 more minutes.
Come again. I didn't.
How did you manage the issue of accountability of council chairmen in your time as governor?
Yeah. And I said, every expenditure above 500,000 naira is normally approved by the Department of Local Government. And we do not only stop at approving, we go and ensure that the funds are judiciously and prudently utilized by sending inspectors to go and inspect the projects that are executed on the approved amount. That's how we ensured accountability. That's why the local government funds were concerned during our own time.
All right, thank you, Your Excellency. Distinguished Senator Oji Uzokalu, you are a progressive Democrat. You were also governor in Abia for 8 years. I am sure recently you hear a lot of funny stories about how there's mismanagement of funds between governors and local governments. How was it in your time?
Well, thank you very much. During my time as governor, the state government had nothing, like Governor Aleru had just told you. We had nothing to do with the funds of the local government. Because President Obasanjo was vehemently that there should be separation of power. And we maintained that separation of power, that no governor, no body should touch the fund of the local government. The fund of local government, what we did, there was local government commission, and the local government worked with the local government commission to discuss. They go to JAC, they go to discuss their programs, their they make budgets on what they have to do every year. On their budgets, it will be inspected by local government service commission and all the agencies headed by a permanent secretary, civil servant. So they also have some mechanism where they meet with few traditional rulers that time in their local government to discuss the project they are going to be doing. So those projects they were doing helps. By then you can see a councillor, a supervisory councillor, giving contracts to construct culverts. This is not what I'm seeing today. You can see a supervisory councillor deciding that he will pay for this gutter constructed. So we have nothing absolutely. In fact, the deputy speaker was a local government chairman. So he knows what I'm saying. So they absolutely, they know that the state government in our time have nothing to do with local government money.
What has changed, distinguished senator?
What?
What has changed?
I don't know what have changed. Possibly greed. Possibly greed.
Possibly greed.
Greed. Because we always reminded them that the local government fund is made for local government and the state government fund is made for us. Even when we speak in the level of governance forum, these are, I mean, Adama Elero is here also. These are things we say separate our fund. Because the constitution made it very clear there are 3 tiers of government. We don't have 2 tiers of government. It's not true. The tiers of government are 3. The federal government, the state government, and the local government. So everyone should be financially independent. Let me be honest to you. If I am to say, I'm not a lawyer, if I am to say the judgment of the Supreme Court is amendment of the Constitution, nobody should go anything. The National Assembly have no reason to amend any section of the Constitution. With due respect to His Lordship, Justice Bagge, His Royal Highness, I am saying it on my opinion. In anywhere in the world, anywhere you have the Supreme Court of a country pronounce on a section of the law that is not is nullified. It's nullified.
Thank you.
It doesn't make any meaning what anybody else says.
Thank you.
Because that section of the law should be fully implemented. The local government body should go to local government directly now from yesterday.
Thank you. Thank you, distinguished Senator Ojiuzo Kalu. Distinguished Senator Comrade.
Well, thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. I will not go by your question. I just want to first ask, why is it important that we discuss local government autonomy? I'm not a lawyer just to provoke my Lord, who has saved me several times. I understand that in law, you have to have an interest in a matter to be able to go to court. So if there is dispute between local government and state government, what is the jurisdiction of the federal government to go into it? But this is a rhetorical question. But I'm happy with the judgment.
I thought you wanted me to answer it.
I am happy with the judgment because when I was president of Nigeria Labour Congress, I did join a couple of times the national protest against state government, for the autonomy of local government. I'm a believer in it, and I think it is right. However, why is it important? I guess the reason that people find it worthwhile to discuss, and the matter had to go to the Supreme Court, is that there is the fact is that I did have some colleagues, some comrades who worked with me in Edo State when I was governor, and they saw the way our local government were working. And I'm happy the leader of the House of Representatives, Professor Julius Ihobere, was secretary to government. And there's this young man who decided to go and contest election in his own state of origin. He was my assistant. A few months later, he called me and said I should help him with some money to pay his bills. And I said, why? He said, it's not to get the salaries. And I said, but you are the employer. And he said, yes, he's the employer in theory, but in practice, money that comes to the local government, and this was exactly around 2012 or thereabout, they are made to sign for it as though they collected the money, and then the governor, depending on his mood, might give you 1 million. And for first few months, he was getting that 1 million, even after he has signed, quote and unquote, that he collected the entire allocation to the local government. And thereafter, the governor changed his mind. He sometimes doesn't even pay the 1 million, so he can no longer fit. I think that points to the seriousness of the situation. And I think this has now been resolved by the Supreme Court. What I do not think the Supreme Court has resolved, or that any court of law can resolve, is the issue of character and attitude. So freedom, autonomy to do what? Autonomy to take what the governor used to take is now to be taken by council chairman. If so, what will change? So I think the issues are far more complex beyond autonomy from state, autonomy by local government from state control.
Distinguished Senator, sir, not to digress a lot, there's a reason I asked you about Section 7. If you are able to look at it from the context of Section 7, it will guide us.
From the
context of Section 7, it will guide us on this journey.
Read the Section 7.
Section 7. Section 7 establishes that local governments do exist in one breath. In another breath, puts them under the control of the houses of assembly, who in turn make laws for the good governance of local governments. That is what the Constitution says today.
And I think that makes perfect sense, because even at the federal level, no, I'm not going to be a lawyer here. That's why I asked him to read the exhibit to the court, in the open court, so so I can comment based on what you have read.
Go ahead, sir.
We operate on the basis of separation of powers at all levels of government. So if the government has to interact and is subject to the oversight and the appropriation by the National Assembly, and this, I think it's the same principle that the House of Assembly set a broad law. However, the state, for the local government, but each of the local government also have their own parliament, which is made of elected councillors. They are the one who are supposed to appropriate the money that accrues to the local government and also carry out oversight function exactly the same way as the House of Assembly is supposed to carry out oversight function over the activities of state government, and the National Assembly carry out oversight function over the federal government. But the point I want to deal with, not necessarily the manner that you want it, but the manner that I understand it.
Go ahead, sir.
I think the crisis that we face today is that whereas monies are allocated to these 3 tiers of government as prescribed in the Nigeria Constitution, it is arguable whether the money trickles down to the people. Now, I find from my own experience, and I'm going to talk about Edo State experience, and I guess that is why you listed me here, not as a lawyer. I found that in Edo State, we did not interfere with the revenue accruing to each of the local government. The actual amount is determined at the FAC level. So each local government knows what is accruing to it. Whether or not it collects it is a different matter. But in Edo State, we allowed that joint account as prescribed under the Constitution, and each of the states, each of the local government knew exactly what accrues to them. I decided then, as the state governor, that I will have nothing to do with the local government. They should be supervised by the deputy governor's office. And like I think Governor Alero said, in our time, once they have paid the salaries of primary school teachers, if they decide not to pay their own salaries of their employees, that is their business. But I will not accept that in the name of autonomy, money arrive at the local government headquarters, they meet under the tree, share the money, and at the end of the day, primary school teachers are not paid. And as a consequence, it's quite common to hear primary school teachers going on strike for months. And between Professor Ehobere as Secretary of Government, myself, and some other officials of the state government, we dutifully ensure that the primary school teachers in Edo State were paid, and that other obligations that the Constitution provides for. Because let us just talk about the autonomy to receive money. They also have obligation to spend those money in a manner that will affect the development of their respective localities.
Thank you, sir.
Number 2.
2 minutes, sir.
2 minutes, you are very generous. Let me just point out 1 or 2 things. One of the things I discovered, this is not the creation of local government now, was that whether the federal government or the Constitution, I'm not too sure, is that local government don't even have the power to appoint, to employ their employees, to discipline their employees, or to transfer their employees. That power, I was told, is vested in Local Government Service Commission.
Very true.
Now, what did I discover? I found that in Edo State we have 18 local governments. Depending on the feelings or manipulations of the Local Government Service Commission, they could choose to transfer more teachers. This is not the governor now transfer more teachers from one local government to another local government. So some local government find teachers who are not from that local government, who are not necessarily so qualified, being transferred to their local government, and they will now be compelled to pay their salaries. As a consequence, some local government, by the time they finish paying salaries, they have absolutely nothing left. Even more worrisome, I discovered, Director of Personnel, to those who are familiar with local government, I found that one local government has about 6 directors of personnel, and some other local government, incidentally, even the one in the heart of Benin, the largest local government, they did not even have one.
Thank you,
When
sir.
I ask, it is the Local Government Service Commission that pick and chooses who to employ, who to discipline, and who to transfer. Lastly, you know, this question, no, one second, one second.
You know why?
This
Yeah, there are a
point,
lot of
because I will have
questions.
another opportunity.
You
Please,
will,
I
you will,
beg
sir.
you.
I can assure you will, sir. You
No,
will,
no,
sir.
no, because
On
I have
my
to
word-
leave. I have to leave.
On my word, you will.
When
sir. So that you don't run away.
we have, no, I have to go because I have other assignment. There is this point that we always quote. You know, Obama says, build strong institutions and not strong men. Nice statement. My question is how? The Independent National Electoral Commission is independent. What it does with its own independence, it's up to the people who are there. There are several, the Nigerian judiciary is completely independent. So what I found different is that we must not underplay the issue of character. When President Trump sacked the CIA director, I didn't know that the CIA director has such, the president has the power to dismiss a CIA director. And yet that CIA director is on record as saying that when President Trump invited him for one-on-one conversation, he felt so uncomfortable because he couldn't see himself sitting with the president because he's not supposed to do so. In Nigeria, by the time President Trump sacked the CIA director, I said, so this man is under the control of the American president. But he understands the law that set up the office of the director of CIA, and he was not going to mortgage it. So what we need to discuss in Nigeria, for me,
we have moved
is
from
character.
Section 7 to CIA and Trump.
Yeah, because it came under the
me
presentation.
I asked the question, sir, with all due respect. Let me also follow up a question that is important to you and to Nigerians. What is the connection between governance at the local level and the spate of violence across the country?
Pardon?
What is the connection? What is the connection between governance and the local government at the local government level and the spate of banditry and armed robbery across the country? What is the connection?
All right, one of the things I was told as a student is not to answer a question the way the lecturer may frame it. And I'm going to insist on that. I think the question should rather be quality of governance in Nigeria in relation to banditry. On the floor of the Senate, and I have 2-3 senators here, I said, and I still do believe, but in seeking to understand the increasing wave of insecurity in Nigeria, we must critically evaluate the role of those in government, particularly states and local government. And I said, those beggars we ignored, Alai Baka Kabamu, I use that word on the floor of the Senate, because I live in Kaduna, and I do listen when poor people pray. They pray for the rich to get even richer, believing that when they get so rich, they will look, it will trickle down to them, and they will look at them with mercy and give them something. And I said, Ayanzu Alayabasu Sukibamu.
Thank you
So
very
the
much.
beggars of yesterday can no longer beg, too old to beg. But they were not educated. And therefore you can't empower them. Now they find that they don't need to go to school to carry AK-47. That explains why they have no difficulties living in the forest, where you and I cannot live. They have no human feeling, because we never show their human kindness. And therefore, their character, their attitude to life is informed by their own very terrible background, because they were victims of the negligence of states,
not to send them to school, and give them that support they needed so that they will grow up as decent citizens that are employable. What I said,
Thank you very
in understanding poverty, you cannot, the people don't need the tears of those in government. If you deny a child the right to basic education, you have sentenced that child to incurable, greedy poverty forever.
Thank you very much, distinguished Senator. Next is the President of Algon, Engineer, Honorable Engineer Bello Lawal. Congratulations on your election as President of Algon. How has Algon taken ownership of the entire process since July 11th judgment? And what structure have you put in place to regain the trust and confidence of the people relating to that judgment? And as a rider to that, very quickly, you listened to Senator Shomole, and I'm sure many local government chairmen were laughing. How can the local government take ownership of key institutions relating to security, community policing, health, primary health care, and education at the local government level with the involvement of the federal and state governments who have literally taken over these sectors with their direct involvements, leaving the council chairmen to become supervisors of these critical institutions that should ordinarily and completely be in the hands of local governments?
Thank you very much.
There's water. There's water.
Thank you very much, Malik, for that question. Let me start by answering your first question, which says about taking ownership of the Supreme Court judgment. Let me start by, first of all, expressing our gratitude to the federal government through the Office of the Attorney General and indeed the Supreme Court for that bold judgment that has re-emphasized the independence of local government, particularly as it affects their financial autonomy, and also all other stakeholders, the National Assembly, for also giving the necessary legislative intervention to be able to ensure that that financial autonomy is guaranteed. And going back to the question now, Algon, as the umbrella body of the 774 local government councils across the country, actually started work immediately after the pronunciation of the judgment, which we recognize the importance of, first of all, building synergies with ministries, the agencies and departments of government to be able to put or align their programs and policies in the new context of local government. Positive responses from those, and then as well as also establishing linkages and carrying advocacies to civil society groups and development partners. We've been able to do that, and we are happy to say that development partners like USAID, UNICEF, and a host of others have now recalibrated their approach to providing interventions in the local government by working directly with the local government. And so we are providing the coordination at the Algon to make sure that that is achieved. And then again, we are also engaged in planning for capacity building sessions and workshops for the local government executives and the officials for them to be able to take up their responsibilities seriously, to scale up the capacity of local government institutions to be able to take the responsibilities of taking care of primary education, primary health care. As we are all aware, that local governments have only been supervising these key areas which are, constitutionally mandated to play active leadership role in. So now with this autonomy and of course the intervention that is currently going on, like forum like this at the National Assembly, we believe as we move forward, local governments will be able to take their rightful position and be able to take leadership roles in these critical areas of our mandate, such as primary health care, security, and what have you. And so all these will help in actually building confidence and making sure that the local government executives have taken complete ownership and control of these critical institutions of governance at the grassroots level, thereby ensuring there is good governance and accountability. And then going to your second question about how the LGAs can actually take real ownership ultimately within the roles provided therein. And then also we need the National Assembly to provide legal safeguard that will help us to carry out our responsibilities without fear of unnecessary, victimization. Because the system as it is now, a local government can do very little. We agree that
a lot of local governments, you mean?
I think majority of the local government, but we must agree that local government, our relationship with the state, of course, as part of the constitution, has to be cooperative. It has to be symbiotic in a way. But then local government will also need to have the latitude to be able to make decisions that affect their people, because each local government has its own peculiarities and the needs of the people. So also elections, the processes and everything need to be strengthened in such a way.
Your Highness, you have been around for a long time. The role of traditional rulers. Currently, I know that you work directly with state governments and local governments. I'd asked this question before, but I want you to take it from the perspective of the traditional institution. What is the connection between governance at the local government level and the spate of violence, banditry, and agitation in Nigeria today?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank the National Assembly for inviting us to be part of this conversation. I was contacted only yesterday by the National Council of Traditional Rulers of the country, because I chair a committee of the National Council of Traditional Rulers, and we had made a presentation to the National Assembly to find a place for the role of traditional rulers in our Constitution. I was part of that presentation. We were at the House of Representatives and also at the Senate. Somehow, the House of Reps quickly worked on it, and we got a pass mark from the House of Reps. And we cannot explain why we had problem at the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And because of the vastness of the country, Lugard had thought that there was no way they could manage such a large territory. So, and then looking at the number of colonial administrators that were on ground to assist him in managing the large or the vastness of the new colony. And then he also found that they had inherited a structured system of government that was going on, that is on the side of the traditional system. So they quickly took advantage of that and then introduced this idea of indirect rule. They were to govern the country by the use of the indirect rule, using the traditional institutions they found in place as the tool to reach the people, and they were over there administering and supervising. Well, that was Lugard. But after Lugard, for the first time, the traditional institution found its way into the Constitution. The Hugh Clifford Constitution of 1922 was the first in place that found a place for the traditional rulers or the traditional institution into the Constitution. Of course, this was followed by the subsequent constitutions, the Richard Constitution of 1942, that was followed by the Macpherson Constitution of 1951, and then the Lilliton, who, through to that, the Republican Constitution emerged in 1963. I gave this background because it is to say that it is the traditional institution or the traditional, institution that had the requisite experience of running the local administration. the local councils were managed by the traditional rulers all through. So that experience was there. And those who may be old enough here could say, and who were beneficiaries of those at the time the traditional institution of the country was managing, that the best that could manage the local affair because of one single word. And that word is what is missing today. Trust between the people and those who have to administer them. And that is the problem we have majorly today with the administration of the local council. Trust. So that continued because there is direct trust between the traditional institution and the people. They are the ones that they know, and they can get to them directly, hold them accountable for anything. That continued until taking us up to 1976, when the reforms started coming in, the Dasuki panel that took the first reforms. That was the revolution that took place in this country, removing the traditional institution completely from the governance of the local council and introducing the executive chairman of local council, and so on and so forth. And this was adopted by the 1979 Constitution, completely removing the hands of the traditional institution. And that's where things started getting out of way in this country. And I'll say this clearly. Because those of them that were given the responsibility to manage the affair were younger people who may not even appreciate the general situation in the places where they have to govern, as against at the time when the traditional institution was in charge. At the time, the traditional institution were in charge of the administration of the local council. The principal area that was dedicated to the traditional institution, the Constitution, firstly were area of security, which is very paramount, and that is where we lost it in this country today. At the time, the traditional institution was in charge of security in this country. I can speak for what I know of the northern part, and also it is also applicable to the southern part of the country. At that time, every native authority, as it was called then, every native authority had, especially in this northern part of the country, what was called the Sarkindaji. The Sarkindaji means that this was somebody who was in charge of the forest, and he was in charge of places outside of the township and maybe some possibly what you may term as semi-urban areas. At that time, the Sarkindaji had also forest rangers under him, as it was designated by the traditional institution. These people were to live in the forest and all the outskirts, and they normally live there with their tents and their camps there. And they are accountable directly to the ward head. That is because we have structure in the traditional institution. If they see any movement around the forest area, they will quickly report to the ward head. The ward head is to report to the village head. The village head is to report to the district head before it gets to the emir, the chief, the oba, or eze, or whatever it is. Now, after removing the hands of the traditional institution from the governance of the local council, giving it to these younger people who became executive governors, the idea of the Sarkindaji simply died away. So it means that our forest was no longer manned at all. It was left free. And that's why these young men now today found heaven in those places and are waging war against us from those places. Now that has to do with the security. The native authority police were directly under the the emirs, the overs, and the aizes. And all of them, they were called the Endoka in the north. These are people who know their environment very well. Now, if you appoint an officer, today we have the Nigeria police. It means that it is the police for Nigeria. So if you post a person from Abeokuta to man security situation in where I come from, in Lafia local government of Nasarawa state, this is strange. I don't know about the terrain. He would not have idea of what is there. And that's where we went wrong. By abolishing the native authority police, taking it away, we left a huge vacuum in our security architecture. Again, of course, they were in charge of primary education, and any one of us can say, those who had the privilege of going to school at that time, whether our school could not be comparable to the standard of any other primary education in the world as at then. But today, there is total collapse of the primary education since after the taking over by this so-called executive chairman and so on and so forth. Now, you go to the area of health. If you know the dispensaries of those days, those who are old enough to know what we are called dispensaries, drugs that you can get in those dispensaries of those days are equivalent to those drugs that you can find only in the markets today in Europe and in other places. You can't find them in some of our pharmaceutical institutions today. Now, all this that I've said is like a background to what I really say. You invited us here because you intend to effect an amendment to the Constitution with respect to the functioning or the functionality of the local council. I think that is where we are invited.
Yes, sir.
And it is possible that you invited us because you want us to share our experience. Well, I have said that we are the most experienced. The traditional institution is the most experienced in the management of local council and the local affair. But we are completely out. Our hands are taken out by law right from the Dasuki's reform of 1979 Constitution took away the role of the traditional rulers completely, which, of course, the 1999 Constitution, which is also part 79, these were all military constitutions, took away the powers completely. We are kept aside as observers, so we continue to observe. Now the problem is, how do you get these institutions to function today? I have seen an example, and it was because a suggestion was put to us in my state, in Nasarawa state. I will give that because somehow they contacted me, contacted some of us. So what do we do? Now there is a judgment of the Supreme Court with respect to financial autonomy. And I said to them, I read that judgment. It was written by Agim. I left the Supreme Court before he got to the Supreme Court, but he's a friend. I read that judgment from the first page to the last page, and therefore I know the context of that judgment, financial autonomy to the local council, and so on and so forth. So that one is already done. There's no issue of going anybody to debate on it. It's a pronouncement of the Supreme Court, so you don't go back. And it is wrong for anyone to even sit to analyze what the judgment again, because if you need an interpretation to that judgment, if there is any place that you cannot go on your own to say it, you cannot sit on your own and begin to give interpretation like some of the young lawyers today do when they are coming out of court. They are accosted by journalists immediately after judgment, and then they begin to say that this is what the judgment is, without even reading the judgment and so on and so forth. But the issue here is that we have passed the stage of the issue of financial autonomy to the local council. We have passed that. What is important is how do they manage these finances? That is going to accrue to them directly. This is the point. This is the issue.
Which we're
what would the
making it.
National Assembly do? Now, we advise them. I can see a young man there. I think he's the deputy speaker of the State Assembly. I had to go to the assembly myself to talk to them about it. I said, look, the only way you can do, there is a law in place, but you can still amend the law. And they have done that. Bring back the traditional institution in managing the affair of these finances of the local government. If you don't do that by law, it's a problem. Because these young men, they are in a hurry. But what you do is that, and the law is very clear now, in Nasarawa State, anytime they get allocation, before they go to disperse into subhead, before they begin to think about planning and making budget, there must be the presence of the traditional institution. The most senior paramount traditional ruler in that locality, they must present it before him. And they must say, these are areas of priority. And because we are directly in charge of our people, we can be able to advise. Please, is this relevant to the needs of our people or not? And you have to disclose to us how much amount of money is coming in at the end of, at each allocation, so that we know how the management of this fund. Because the funny situation of these young men managing the local administration today, I don't know, because the stories you hear is that some of them don't come to office and those money come in, and then after that you don't find them seated in the office. It won't happen again, because the fathers of the land will now set their eyes on those finances. Now, what would the National Assembly do? We want the National Assembly, one, look into our request of finding a role for the traditional institution into our constitution.
Thank you, Your Highness.
And one of those roles that they will play is managing of these finances of the local council.
Thank you, Madam.
They should set their eye in managing the finances of the local council so that our money will not be going to wrong hands. Thank you very much.
Your Highness, they are clapping for you. You know, you kept on talking about young men, young men, young men. I hope you don't have a problem with young men in power.
I don't have.
Let me go straight to Comrade Ambali Akim Olatunji. You have been in Nolge for a long time until you became national president. I've known you since that time, and your advocacy has been in complete autonomy. Because the truth is, when I listen to elders talk about financial autonomy, I can tell you it is not enough. Because where you find a governor giving approval, like a chairman cannot spend more than 10 million, is an aberration. And those are the challenges. What has the 11th of July done to Nolge?
Thank you very much. Well, let me also join well-meaning Nigerians to appreciate the federal government, the National Assembly, and the judiciary for resolving this issue finally through July 11 court judgment. However, whatever I'm saying here is the representation of NOGI, NUT, Medical and Workers Union, and NUP. That judgment is an answer to our prolonged prayers. The agitation has been on for 21 good years, led by all these unions. We thank God Almighty. At the 5th Assembly, 6th Assembly, 7th Assembly, 8th Assembly, 9th Assembly, we've been making presentation, going around the country committee. I can say that because I'm a director of special duty and head of local government administration. That is the correct position. What local government service commission do is to also supervise, discipline, and transfer senior staff. That is the role of local government service commission. Then on the issue of funding of primary education, like my senior comrade said, His Excellency, The Supreme Court judgment of 2002 make it categorically clear. Local government shall only participate in funding of local for primary education. But what we are seeing presently is that the burden to fund primary education has been put on the shoulder completely of local government, thereby financially crippling local government. State government has abdicated their role and responsibility in that respect. Then on the to our traditional fathers, those National Assembly members who are the public presentation on carry out need assessment about felt and real need of community programs and projects. So our recommendation then during the 9th Assembly is that the traditional rulers should be involved, should be appointed to head this key ministry and the department at local government level. It is not novel. We were in Gambia to study the operation of local government administration in Gambia. Traditional rulers were involved in revenue generation and also in community project monitoring and development. So that is why we have recommended that. On the issue of policing, we also talked about the need to harmonize all these price security outfits at the rural level, because we believe security challenges are local and the solution to it is local. All this retinue of security outfits that are not they are not registered, they are not monitored, they are not kitted, should be arranged and put squarely under the control of local government involving the traditional institution. We are of the opinion that state centers are already over policed. We have the Commissioner of Police Office headquarters in the city center. We have the naval base there. We have the Navy, the Air Force there. We have the Army there, leaving the rural communities vulnerable for banditry and attacks. So our belief is that we should go after institutionalizing community police so that all rural routes, villages and town hamlets should be well policed. It's in our recommendation to the 9th Assembly, and we are also representing it to the 10th Assembly.
Thank you.
On the issue of autonomy for local government, we are happy that it has come. That's why the fact that the federal government is here to implement it. We are disturbed because we believe that with the judgment of the Supreme Court, it should have been implemented latest by November. These in-house unions have submitted operational guidelines and own recommendation to the committees on how to make sure that the money that is being paid to local government account will not be reluted by anybody. We have done a critical analysis of it based on our experience in local government, and if this is well implemented, I want to assure you that local government will service Nigerian people.
Thank you. Mrs. NLB from the Civil Society Situation Room. Is that you hear the complaints of Nigerians generally across the country. What is your take on this subject matter in 4 minutes so that we can go to Senator Itaina and then round up with last statements from everyone? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to say a big thank you to the National Assembly for inviting me. And it is a special privilege to be on the high table here. I don't know how I got here, but I'm going to try. I want to first of all say that this meeting is holding at a time of 16 days of activism. I just want to tell why the local government administration is very, very important to people's lives and how it has direct impact on the lives of people. And so as I sit down here, I say we are talking about local government. Chibok girls, some of Chibok girls are still under captivity. Leah Shuaibu is still under captivity. Is within a local government, isn't it? And so the issue of transparency and accountability is very, very important. We have federal roles, you have rural roles, you have different roles under different segments of the society. When you are looking at the elections that have just been concluded, you know, it's such a, you know, for someone who struggled for democracy in Nigeria, for someone who was among those who went to jail, went to detention, and so on and so forth, for democracy, and watching democracy not having dividends at the local levels, you know, it makes you very, very sad. I was country director of ActionAid for 6 years, and I worked in about 20 closest unit to the population, is the closest governance to the people. Where is the dividends of democracy? One of the things that we should be looking at is to look at publication of the monies that is going to the local government, so we can follow up. The greatest office of the land is that of citizens. How many citizens are asking questions, holding people to account? I used to teach transparency and accountability and also human rights, and I see the violations at the different levels. If this is the third tier of government as we talk about it, why is the election not holding when other elections are holding? And I'm happy that some of these issues are coming down. You're looking at health provision. We have more than 2,000 children dying every day in Nigeria, under 5, because they are not attended to. Because of the tiering, the different tiers and what money is available at the local government level. Because before now, the money that is...
There are many states who approve the budgets of local governments in this country. Distinguished Senator Itai Enang, 5 months after July 11 judgment, nothing has been done. What do you think we should do moving forward? What will you advise?
Thank you very much. I seem to have listened to state intervention where the governors had pleaded for at least 3 months to be allowed to tidy up themselves so that the monies can go to the local governments directly. And I'm not aware that the monies have gone directly to the local governments as at now. I want to think and say that the last part of that judgment which I read says that the judgment should be implemented immediately. And I read it here, and I read it from the raw judgment. What should be done is to ensure that the Federation Account Allocation obtains the account of the local governments and get these monies directly allocated to the account of those local governments. It is not at the discretion of the governors to give the account of each local government. As Secretary of the Presidential Implementation on Autonomy of State Judiciary and State Legislature, when the governors were very tough, very, very tough, what we did, I was the secretary, we obtained the account of each of the federal high courts in each of the states and took effort to get the monies directly deducted from the Federation account to pay into the account of those high courts and those judiciary in the country until while we were about to do that, the Supreme Court judgment, the Supreme Court case, they instituted the case while they were telling us to wait. So it is for them to get this account and then pay the money directly. And again, from the date, and everything will be all right.
And answers. Your last word, President of Algon. President of Algon, 1 minute, your last word, before we go to questions and answers. Your last word on all that we've been talking about.
Thank you very much. One thing I will say is that this kind of conversation, I think, should continue, particularly at the National Assembly, because right now the local government councils across the country are looking up to the National Assembly, first of all, for making clear the roles and responsibilities of local governments, and then improving and providing safeguards for the institutional frameworks of the local government system and the structures in the constitution, because that will avoid confusion and giving some gaps that the state government will be able to encroach on the roles and responsibilities of local government. We need to have that safeguard for us to be able to take on our rightful place and play the role of being the third tier of government and deliver crucial services to the local populations across the country. Unless that is done, I will continue to talk about development and it will continue to elude the Nigerian nation. But once we get it right at the local government level, I believe everything will fall into place. Thank you very much.
And I also know that the National Assembly expects chairmen of council to also feed them back on the true situation of local governments. Because what you see is local government chairmen always saying that there's no problem, there's no problem, there's no problem. So I think they expect that from you too. Next, distinguished Senator Adams Oshomole, 1 minute, your last word before questions and answers.
I know when you come to Comrade, you are very strict.
Well, I think this is a conversation worthwhile, and I congratulate the National House of Rep for hosting this. I heard from His Royal Highness about the fact that the Constitution does not assign any responsibility to traditional rulers. But as governor of Edo State, I understand, and I did implement 5% allocation of the money that comes to the state, to local government. 5% of it is paid to traditional rulers in Edo State. Can you receive money without responsibilities? This is not something most politicians will talk about because it's very risky in terms of election time. But it's worth talking about. The last is to my sister, my comrade. I wish the comrade, I don't know, but my sister. And the Castle Norgay chairman. The issue we have to address, and I don't think we should just speak to the formality of governance. The issue we have to address, in my opinion, is about character. Whether money is stolen, if money is allocated directly to local government and they become unaccountable, and they even share the money, I am speaking now from my experience, they share the money to some other non-state actors and abuse the financial regulations, what will change? I think in all of this conversation, the bottom line is, if we transfer money directly to local government, will that mean more development at the local government level? That, for me, is a matter of character. But I hope that God will give us the wisdom at the National Assembly to review the legal framework such that at least it's easier to punish a council chairman than to punish His Excellency the executive governor that is in office, because you have to wait for 8 years, provided that the documents are not now missing thereafter.
Your Excellency, you see that I'm not strict with 1 minute. Thank you very much, sir. I'm not strict with 1 minute, sir. Distinguished Senator Ojiuzo Kalu, please, your final words before questions and answers.
Thank you very much. I think again that the local government will play more roles in using technology, using consultation, participating in allowing the public to know how the budgetary system of the local government are being done, and also allowing openness among themselves and their councillors. For some of them, the councillors don't even know what is happening there, so that people should be able to communicate with each other. Communication is key between those being governed and those on top of the business. As His Royal Highness said, like what I said before, I don't even see any amendment in the decision of the Supreme Court. Supreme Court have finished the matter. The money is supposed to be going to the local government from that day, July. Because in any ruling, I might be wrong, in a ruling of the Supreme Court of a country, it's amendment of the law. You don't add any other thing. If the Supreme Court says this section of the law is void, and this is our opinion today, it's amendment of that section of the Constitution. You don't need me as a lawmaker to start calling for another amendment where people in Abia or somewhere or in Sokoto, House of Assembly members will not bring to thought to pass it. So we have already amended that law by pronouncement of the Supreme Court. We must respect our courts if we want to be serious. And the process of this court must be respected. People should start respecting the pronouncement of the courts. People don't respect it. We must enforce it so that we can be free from it. This is what I feel that should be done. Thank you very much.
Governor, distinguished Senator Adamu Alero.
Thank you once more. Well, let me say that the Supreme Court judgment giving financial autonomy to local government council was well received by Nigerians. It was overwhelmingly supported all over the country, meaning that it's a very popular judgment. It goes well with the public opinion. We should therefore do everything possible to ensure that we enforce it. And Senator Peter Enok is of the opinion that we should invite the ICPC, EFCC, NFIU to ensure implementation. We should not leave this to the security agencies alone. Nigerians should take ownership. Nigerians, beginning from the local government councils, the state assemblies, general public, should ensure that this Supreme Court judgment is enforced. Because it's only by so doing that will be change at the grassroots level.
Thank you.
Because quite honestly, the governance at the local government level has totally collapsed. If you look at what the local governments are supposed to do, primary education, primary health care, sanitation, what have you, very few local governments in the country are able to do this now, simply because the funds are not available to them. And even with this Supreme Court judgment, from what I heard, some governors are still trying to find a way of frustrating the implementation. So it is only the general public that can come up and ensure that this judgment is enforced. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished Senator. Senator Etana, final word now.
My final word is simply that the public, the anti-corruption agencies should go after the governors and the public officers. Secondly, we should not allow it to go the way that the challenge that the judiciary and the houses of assembly are having. Because when we amended the law, the constitution, that the state government should set up a body which should now send the monies to the judiciary and the houses of assembly in the states, they have still not done it. They are still controlling the money directly. And so the pronouncement of the Supreme Court that this money should go directly should be enforced immediately and immediately.
Thank you.
Nothing all.
Thank you. Your Highness, your last word. 1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute. I just want to give an answer to my own friend, my brother Adam. He said that when he was there as governor of Edo State, some 5% allocation are made to the traditional institution in Edo State. Wherefore, they must have their responsibility to discharge. And then there would have been no need for us to ask for a role in the Constitution. I don't think that is getting the situation right. Firstly, let me say something. The 5% that was donated to the traditional institution in this country was done during the period of Sani Abacha, when he was the head of state of Nigeria. And what Abacha said was that in order to help this traditional institution in the management of their immediate affairs, I mean, if you get to visit palaces, I think that is where you are not getting it right. If you visit palaces, I can talk about my own palace. When I took over after leaving the Supreme Court, I inherited not less than 200 servants. 200 servants in that palace, and they are still there. So that 5% was supposed to take charge of some of the management of those traditional affairs that are already there. But having said that also, we also got ourselves trapped because it is 5% of allocation of the local government. And when the state government is holding the allocation of the local government, where do we get the 5%? In fact, we have not been getting the 5% because the state government is subjecting the 5% to charges, to this and that, because they don't want to release it to the local government. At the end of it, what they...
Okay, let me take two questions first, please. Okay, third question. Can we have a mic here? Can we have a mic here? And one more person. I have 3 people already. Can we have a microphone here? First question. That's the second question. I picked somebody from this row. Third question. That's the third question. There's one more. No, sorry. No, I have to go this way so that I don't oppress them. So go ahead, sir. The first question.
Your Excellencies, many of you in this room have been fighters for persons with disability. And you will agree with me that we've had very wonderful conversation and not one mention of issues of inclusion as it relates to local government autonomy. I would like to make a quick intervention for 30 seconds, and then it can be a conversation that these honorable men can add their voices to. Number one is the issue of local government laws that are not inclusive of persons with disability. So you're talking about local government laws that are completely exclusive. What do we do to make it inclusive? Number two is a proper framework, inclusive governance framework that will address the challenges and the opportunities of persons with disability. What would be your added voice to that? And finally, the issue of budget and data. Today we are talking about money going to local government chairmen. The excuse will be that there is no component of that budget that speaks to
officials are guided by constitutional framework that makes them accountable to the people. For example, you have...
Your question, not the lecture, your question.
Well,
specifically your question.
I have to lay the groundwork so that you
No,
understand.
don't just go straight to the question.
Well, sir, I'm sorry, I have to lay the groundwork before you
Sir,
understand.
please, the question. I insist, the question. You have intelligent people enough to answer the questions here.
All right. How will you hold traditional rulers accountable if you give them a role that is constitutional, given the fact that they are not elected, they inherit their powers, and they don't let go till they die? How will you hold them accountable, and how will you ensure that they don't abuse the powers if they're given any constitutional role? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The third person. Who is the third person?
Yeah,
yes, go ahead.
My name is Okocha Uche Abweze.
The fourth person.
I want to direct my question to, with profound respect, distinguished Senator Itaina. He has been calling for arrests of governors if they don't. Anambra State, precisely, and some other states might be coming up. Anambra State have come up with a law that is directing local government chairmen to channel funds that is paid to them from the federation account, and that is pursuant to Section 7. It is constitutional.
What's your question, sir?
The distinguished Senator Itaina, sir. How do we resolve Section 7, subsection 5, 6, Section 7, subsection 1, subsection 5, subsection 6? I want to also say that, distinguished senator, sir, you're a lawyer. You're also aware that the local government is not a component of the federation. Pursuant to Section 2, subsection 2, Section 4, Section 5, and Section 6.
Question, sir.
He has gotten the first question. Then, how do we resolve? How do we resolve this issue based on the federalism that we practice, that is conceptualized in the constitution, that the local government is not part of the federation? They are under the state.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The last question.
Thank you very much.
Oh, Chairman Algongombe. Okay, you'll be the last. Okay.
Thank you very much. I had thought in my own little way that since we are talking about constitutional amendment, the discussion will have x-rayed a lot of the fault lines in the constitution that have deprived the local government the opportunity or the capacity to function very well, so that the National Assembly can reconcile such constitutional fault lines. And that is why I want to ask. Section 7 provides that the system of local government by democratically elected local government council is hereby guaranteed. And that subject to Section 8, every state shall ensure the existence of such councils under a law which provides for the structure, composition, establishment, and function. Now, if we're talking about administrative autonomy, in the sense that the local government should be able to function, whereas the federal and the state have structures that have been provided under the constitution, but the local government has been restricted under the state law. And in this situation, the devolution of powers has conferred so much powers on the federal and the state level to the extent that the exclusive legislative list has about 68 items and the concurrent list has about 30 items, whereas a lot of the governance activities is at the grassroots level. What step do we need to take in order to allow local government to perform very well, so as to devolve some of these powers to the local government, so that the effect of local government administration can be felt at the grassroots?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the last question will go to distinguished Senator Adams Oshomole. Leader and our papa. So you will answer that last question. So just, sorry, who asked that question? Just in 2 seconds, ask him again, so that I can hear you directly. Just 2 minutes.
Government. That the Constitution in Section 7, subsection 1, provides that the system of local government by democratically elected council is guaranteed. And that accordingly, every state shall ensure their existence, the existence of local government, under a law that is established by the state, which provides for establishment, composition, structure, and functions. Now, if you are to now juxtapose it against the existence of the state and the federal government, whereby the Constitution made specific provisions on the structure, composition, and function in Section 4 and 5, how do you now see that local government will perform its function, when what it does is that it only restricts local government to function under the 4th schedule, and then created a legislative list through devolution of powers, whereby it gives to the exclusive legislative list 68 items, and then gives to the state, that is concurrent legislative list, whereby the state and federal government should participate about 30 items, and deny the local government of such functions of legislative duties, but rather restrict it to residual function. How do we now amend it to enable local government that is closer to the people, that performs very well at the grassroots, to have the powers to do and then provide for services to the people?
I think he has gotten the message, so that we can answer them. We are short of time. Sorry, please. Please. I think it is wrong. Please, can we just allow the process? You'd have come to me by the side.
Well, your question is so long. If I have to answer it, it will take me a day. But I think the issue is, I keep emphasizing, it's about not so much law. Because the essence of law is that if it is breached, you go to court. On the floor of the Senate, I did ask a question, for example, when they talk about how people are elected or appointed. Why are they not able to go to court, the state high court, the way many of us senators went to federal high court and Supreme Court when we suspected that our mandate was stolen? I think the issue for me is there are enough duties, if I understand you well, there are specific responsibilities for local government. For example, I'm not a lawyer, so I can be excused if I mix up a couple of issues. You are supposed to be responsible for maintaining the market. You are supposed to be responsible. This way I differ with the last speaker from local government employees. You are supposed to provide for the payment of primary school teachers. Primary education is part of the responsibility of local government. But I also know that under the federal government universal basic education law, you now have a situation in which state government can attract 50% subsidy from the federal government to build schools and even equip those schools. But local governments are obliged to pay the salaries of primary school teachers, while the state government pays the salaries of secondary school teachers. There's also the issue of a duty, as my sister said, to do whatever we can do to ensure that public fund is administered transparently, and that we identify projects that will help us at any level of government to deliver the greatest good to the greatest number of our citizens. This for me is irreducible minimum in a democracy, because it is the poor that vote. Unfortunately, it is the condition of the poor that we are playing with, where we neglect the government at the lowest level. I believe they should be allowed to have their money, and there must be a way to supervise them and ensure that they direct their expenditure in a way that addresses the basic needs, including basic education, across the 774 local government areas.
Thank you very
sir.
much, distinguished Senator. For the Anambra case, that has handled good. They need to also approach the courts for interpretation of the Constitution. That's very key. It's on this note I'd like to respectfully thank Right Honorable Deputy Speaker for the opportunity. Thank my panelists who are also on their way out, and thank them for coming. Thank you very much. MC, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malik. You've been standing for over an hour. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a group photograph with the Deputy Speaker and the panelists. They will all take the House Leader also. Immediately, the second panel, trust me, they are fewer and it won't take this much time as we're rounding up. Please make welcome John Mutu, who is going to be moderating this panel, to please come up immediately and take his seat. We also have, with respect, Senator Sandy Ono, a former senator, Cross River Central. Please join us on the panel. Professor Antonia Simbine, Director General, Institute of Social and Economic Research, and former National Commissioner, INEC, Professor Antonia Simbine. Please join us. Honorable Bimbo Daramola, a former member of the House of Representatives, the former Chief of Staff to the Deputy Speaker. Please join us. Dr. Asma Usani Meikudi. Dr. Asma Usani Meikudi will please join us on this panel. And finally, Dr. Asabe Vilita. Dr. Asabe Vilita will be joining us on this panel, and His Excellency Muhammad Abdullahi Abubakar, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, former Governor of Bauchi State, will also be joining us on this panel. Your Excellency, sir, please, we crave your indulgence. The second panel is taking shape immediately, and we're starting, and we'll be able to round up in the next 30 minutes. Please, once again, John Mutu will please come up as the moderator of the panel to set the tone and guide the conversation. Please make welcome His Excellency Muhammad Abdullahi Abubakar, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, former Governor of Bauchi State. Your Excellency, thank you, sir. Senator Sandy Ono. Senator Sandy Ono, please join us. Professor Antonia Simbine. Professor Antonia Simbine, thank you very much. Dr. Asma Usani Meikudi. Dr. Asma Usani Meikudi will also join us. And finally, last but not the least, Dr. Asabe Vilita Bashir will join us, and Honorable Bimbo Daramola. Honorable Bimbo Daramola will also join us. And the topic they will be discussing is achieving credible local government elections in Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speakers, may I ask that you settle down, please. Please let us settle down. The Deputy Speaker is still in the room. Our House leaders are all here. Participants are all here. Please let us settle down. Please. Please, the pleasantries will be exchanged afterwards. Please let us settle down. It's a plea. It's a plea. Thank you very much for your patience so far. Without further ado, let me invite the moderator of this panel, Mr. John Mutu, to set the tone for the conversation on achieving credible local government elections in Nigeria, after which he will invite his panelists to share their perspective. Mr. Mutu, sir.
Very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, for want of time, I crave your indulgence to allow me stand on the already established protocol. Please, can I once again, please ask that we sit down, please. And I know that, yes, the day is well spent. I promise you we won't spend too much time, and we'll allow you to go and have your lunch. This afternoon, we will be discussing a very, very important issue, very, very important. And the first panel has already alluded to some of those issues. And Nigerians have said, for local government to be truly independent, for local government to be truly autonomous, and for local government to be truly effective, the leadership recruitment process recommendation to make the necessary reform. And without wasting much time, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll move straight into the conversation. And for want of time, I just want to maybe once again welcome our panelists and also seek your cooperation that each person will have a maximum of 5 minutes to make your intervention, so that we can also give opportunity for the audience to also ask their questions. Achieving credible elections at the local government level. What can we do differently? What is your assessment of the process today, and what do you think is the way forward? I want to start with His Excellency, who has been a former governor before, to maybe share his perspective.
Thank you very much, moderator. I believe the best way out is to begin at the beginning. And by this I mean the leadership recruitment system that we have in place now needs to be rejigged. The political parties have to be fully engaged so that they can buy in to the aspirations of making the local governments democratic. By this I mean the nomination process is the beginning of the problem. If you get it right, the possibility of getting your elections right are there. But the moment you do not get the nomination process right, there will be a problem, and this problem will multiply as you go along.
Very much. I think I'll move to Senator Sandu Moore. Can you maybe hear what your views are on that?
Thank you very much. I think I would like to begin with a disclosure on who I am. I was chairman of local government between 1999 and 2002, and the first deputy president of Algon. I also served as chairman of the Local Government Service Commission in Cross River State between 2004 and 2008. And by the grace of God, I've done scholarship on the local government. So I'll try to be as holistic in my perspective as possible. And I'll also try to be brutally frank on the issues I share with you. What we parade today as state electoral commissions are anything but electoral commissions. They defy characterization. At best, they can be described as Yahoo institutions masquerading as electoral bodies. And I'm sure Nigerians know this. And when you appoint local government officials to councils on the basis of mediocrity, after all, in terms of accountability, you still have the Local Government Service Commission appointed by the state overseeing local governments. You have the Auditor General for local governments overseeing local governments. And local governments all have their councillors also overseeing their processes. Please let local governments breathe. I can assure you that if funds are given to local governments, all these issues of insecurity will be tamed. There are too many ungoverned spaces in Nigeria today. because there is no funding to take care of them. Let me also close quickly, I may have another opportunity, by addressing this whole question of federalism and the local government system. I'm shocked that has limitations. But to compare INEC with state electoral commissions is like comparing light and darkness. There is no way you will give INEC the responsibility to conduct elections for local governments in a state, and you will harvest a situation where one party will take all the offices. It's not possible. My take is that INEC should still do local government elections. That is the truth, that is the reality. A lot of the INEC officials just do one election at a time and then by elections. They are idle. Let them do local government elections. It will be better for our country. It will be better for democracy.
Thank you so very much. There are those who have also asked for the creation of a different body rather than INEC to conduct local government elections. There are also those who have asked for the current CX to be strengthened to conduct that election rather than creating another body. What do you think? I will take the microphone to Dr. Asma Osani. What is your view on that? Please, can you use your mic? It's working. What's your view?
Thank you for that question. I want to humbly disagree with the submission of my senior here that INEC should conduct local government elections. I am of the opinion that the state independent electoral commissions can be strengthened. There is a way that they can be strengthened, and they should be strengthened so that they can conduct their own local government elections. INEC should be faced with federal elections and the FCT elections, but for me, states should conduct the elections. And I also believe that the states can do it. What they need is what has been said throughout today. If they are independent, if they are neutral, if their funding can be ensured, if the personnel that are going to head their offices are going to be neutral, then there's no way that they cannot conduct local government elections. So to answer your question, I believe that the state institutions should be strengthened to conduct local government elections.
There are also those who believe that if you want to strengthen local CX, how long do you think they will be ready to take that responsibility? You talked about funding, you talked about capacitation, you talked about operational independence and all that. What timeline will you give, and how soon can we get the result we want?
I think state independent electoral commissions as of today are in synergy with INEC. They receive their voters register from INEC. So I will encourage more cooperation and collaboration with INEC, and they can do this. INEC will be able to train them, train their personnel, show them the logistics. There should be training and capacity building of their personnel and staff. And honestly, I sincerely believe that within a period of 1 year, with serious and conducive environment, INEC would be able to show the state independent electoral commissions how to handle elections at the state level. So I think 1 year, for me, it's enough.
I will come to Honorable Daramola now. Every state, from what we've seen, once elections are conducted, the ruling party takes all the seats. And from what we have discussed, there are those who have said INEC should conduct election. There are others who said CX should be allowed to conduct election. What's your view, and what are your recommendations?
Hello. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. If we decide to begin to cherry pick, we'll miss critical things that we need to explore. a Yoruba proverb says, looking at a man with a hunchback, and you're telling him, the man has a load on his head, and you're looking at him and you're telling him, the load you're carrying is bent. And the man says, look at me, am I not bent myself? How does that relate to what we're talking about now? A whole lot of people have said all sorts of things about autonomy and all of that. The assault on local government as an entity in this country has been tectonic. It's taking everything out of place. And so we cannot isolate credible elections and then come and talk about autonomy financially and all of that. But going to the questions that you have asked. Today, ask some Nigerians whether INEC has done well. That's INEC. A whole lot of them will tell INEC has done below par. And now, you now carry that body and take all of that baggage and take it to the States. Now, make no mistakes about one thing. We must be too sure, first and foremost, that there is an elite consensus, a broad-based elite consensus that admits our realities and that says we want to work on it. I isolate one thing. Who says SEC cannot conduct good elections? Because you're scared the governor will have given instructions? Because it was composed by governor? The president appointed the chairman of INEC. So, same situation. But the truth of the matter today is that how well are we, the practitioners, how well are we disposed to a system that thoroughly will reflect this very crucial part of democratic process? Elections are supposed to enable Nigerians or anybody to freely exercise themselves. Now, when the governor is elected, who are the people that is sent to the local government? Enforcers, thugs, and all of that, save for the kind of personality like this. Now, and that is far in between. What is the mentality of an enforcer who has been sent to a local government to conduct a local government election? Deliver fantastic. First and foremost, we must not have the mentality that says everything opposition is bad and everything ruling party is good. By the time you have that mentality and that is inculcated and put in the minds of people, you would know that there is no election that you can conduct anywhere, be it at the local government level or national level. Once that mentality is there, that ruling party must win. We've had it said here before. Unfortunately, some of the people who have said some of those things, some of these glowing things that we have today, they've left the room. We've had chairmen who have said elections must be won regardless of who you are.
Is that an institutional challenge?
It is not an institutional challenge, it's a culture. A systemic culture that tends to brook acceptance of ill doings. But they can be corrected. Now that we've gotten financial autonomy out of the way, now let us push for serious, in-depth political consensus among the elites that brooks opposition, that says, okay, where you're not good as ruling party and the opposition feels a better candidate, the party can win.
Thank you very much. I think I'll come back to you on more specifics. Professor Simbine, you chair a think tank, a research institute, and I'm sure you have maybe looked at the electoral process in the local government. What do you think is the implication of this ineffective electoral process on deepening democracy and service delivery at the local government level? What do you think we can do about that?
Okay, my chairing a think tank has little to do with this, but I'll speak from the perspective of a practitioner at INEC previously. And to say that we want to conduct elections at the local government level, we want to conduct good elections. Yes, the INEC is not perfect, but there are laws, there are rules and regulations, both in the Constitution and in the Electoral Act, that guide the functioning of INEC. And that is why INEC is able to operate which can be taken to a state and then applied to suit the environment of that state. For me, I've had three options about how to conduct elections. We have had the proposal for a national local government elections agency at the federal level. We have had the one about INEC should conduct these elections, and we have had the one about CX should do this. I think that there needs to be deep thinking into the step that we should take. If we are here for consideration of issues of constitutional review.
While the Constitution gives CEC the power to conduct elections, the Constitution can be expanded a little bit to provide
Section
that section
197
can be provided to maybe provide some broad guidelines that will give some guidelines for the state independent electoral commission. Is that what I hear you say? Thank you so very much. I'll come to you, Dr. Asmao. What do we gain if INEC is to conduct local government election, and what do we lose if that power is taken away from them, and if CX are allowed to? Yes. And what do we
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and my respected Speaker, honorable members. Good afternoon. In the first place, elections of local governments in Nigeria, we have missed it a long time ago, because what is happening at the local government elections is nothing but just implementing whatever the decision of the state governor. And this is simply because state governors have so much influence on the election, they have so much power for the election of the chairman of the state electoral commissions, and so whoever that is appointed by the governor does exactly what the governor wants. So what it means, the gain of INEC being under, by local government election under INEC is that whatever...
Okay, thank you. Your Excellency, maybe in just 1 minute we'll take this round. What was the thinking behind the framers of the 1999 Constitution giving CEX the authority to conduct local government elections as against the initial arrangement where the national independent was conducting the election? And have we really achieved that objective? If not, what do you think should be done?
Well, I think the reason is simply federalism. Since the 1979 Constitution was framed mostly along the lines of the American Constitution, and the principles of federalism suggest that affairs that in the states will be taken over by the states. So it's simply because of that that CX were created, and then probably the framers were hoping that we would have institutionalized the good conduct in the management of our elections in Nigeria. So I don't think there's any other reason apart from federalism. But I think what
there's no need for any embellishment. Something can be bad, and you believe that what is bad can become good. But when something is incurably bad, there is no hope. So for me, you can describe INEC as bad, but sex are incurably bad. And let me make this point. So long as you allow governors to handpick local government functionaries, there will be no autonomy for local governments in the real sense. And when there is no autonomy there, poverty will continue to increase, banditry will continue to prevail because there will be a lot of ungoverned
or barracking influences of governor. No. Number two, some people have, okay, fine. My father won an election as NRC in an SDP state back then in 1991. Today it can't happen. So, I would lean on the side of elite consensus that says that we really want to make this thing work. If we go by the things that Article 103 of the Electoral Act says, says punishment for vote buying. For instance, isolate that. Vote buying, 100,000. Is that a very good deterrent? Is that good enough? You know, so elite consensus would mean that, okay, we say for everything that has gone wrong with the process that may go wrong, we want to institute a regime that will make it practically impossible for anybody to go against it. If we don't, because governors are going to emerge from here at some point. Yeah. People have been governors and then back in the National Assembly, and then you've seen that some of them, some of them are speaking from both sides of the mouth here today. You know, you wonder why all of these things that you didn't know them before. So, but now moving forward, I would advocate that INEC conducts that election, introduce more technology, and of course people have faulted technology with regards to last elections. Technology may not be foolproof, it may have glitches, but the truth of the matter is that we cannot run away from technology. Yeah. So we must introduce stiffer penalties, number one, increase our ICT content in our elections, be it national or local government, and more than anything else, have a consensus, an elite consensus that we agree that elections must reflect the will and aspirations and wishes of the people. End of story.
Thank you so very much. Doc, you talked about the logistic challenges of having INEC to conduct local government elections. So the question is, if not INEC, will you move for a middle ground? Would you suggest if another body can be created, a national body to conduct local government elections, if INEC cannot do that? Would you suggest that?
I still think that the state independent electoral commissions can be strengthened with capacity building and institutional building to conduct elections. But in the absence of that, yes, I also think that maybe an independent electoral commission for local governments can be established to conduct local government elections across the states of the Federation, but not INEC. Thank you.
And lastly, Doc, maybe your final comments before we move.
Thank you very much. My final comment is that we should speak to our conscience, because democracy is government of the people, by the people, and is, I think, for the people. And this leadership that we are all struggling to grab, we should make it such a way that, you know, now the way it looks is that once you get into power, is for you to make personal gains, and that is why everybody is now a politician. We should try our best to make this leadership or political offices less attractive.
Thank you.
Less attractive, so that allow those that have conscience to rule this country. So that we don't go, see, every time we keep on crying about election. Allow people that have
existence of a political party is even the fact that it can win a councillorship position at a local government level.
Can we please give a round of applause to the panelists? I will be moving to the audience now, and I want to crave your indulgence. Because of time, we'll take just 3 questions. That if you are smart and we take just 1 minute each, then we may be able to push it to 5 persons. I will give Chief, you are number 1. Yes, a woman. Number 2. Okay, somebody from the back. number 3. Let's take these 3, but please, I beg you, 1 minute each. Please, 1 minute each, so that we can allow others to make contribution if the opportunity permits. No, not, no. Chief, he has spoken already.
Yes, you have spoken.
I know. You have opportunity. You have the platform to reach out. Don't worry.
My question goes to the DG NISAL, my sister, Professor Tonia. Don't you think, since we are looking for character, and our primary purpose here is to contribute to the constitutional amendment, that we better adopt the ways report section that says that recruitment both in the national INEC and SEC should be advertised, and we should make contribution to choose the best character. Thank you.
Please take it to the yes. The woman behind.
Good afternoon. I'm Teresa Adamo from NCWS. My question goes to His Excellency, the former governor of Bauchi State, the NSIC, because he talked about leadership recruitment system in Nigeria, that they need to get it right. And from all indications, I've been hearing chairman. I've not heard the place of a woman. So how can the place of a woman be included in the local government's constitutional amendment? Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And the last person, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Sani. I just want to contribute to the subject of integrity in our elections. I think the problem is not whether it is state sec or the INEC itself. The problem is the electoral process. If we can fix the electoral process, I am sure the issue of whether it is state sec or the federal INEC will not be an issue. Let me give you something that I think should be introduced. We should have what we call electoral review committees, to the extent that INEC may be charged with the responsibility, or state secs may be charged with the responsibility of conducting elections. But those, for the finality of that elections, before it is going, must be determined by those review committees, which is going to be part of the electoral process, instead of overburdening the courts with several electoral cases that at the end of the day lose the confidence of the public.
Thank you so very much. Okay, I'll just give one last to the chairman of the Conference of Speakers to make his remarks or question.
Thank you, Mr. John. My own is remarks. I think the issue of creating another electoral body, I think, did not arise because of economic situation we are in this country. And secondly, when we straighten the SAEC, like Professor said and Doctor, I think it would be good to go. I think what we are going to do, like INEC did, has their staff who are permanent electoral officers. Maybe the SAEC should have a way of employing a permanent staff that will conduct local government election. And by doing so, because they are public, they are civil servants, they are thinking of losing their jobs. So they have to conduct themselves properly. And if you could remember, Juaren El-Rufai in Kaduna is also a politician and a governor. He conducted local government election. And even some parties won in that local government election. Maybe by strengthening, introducing technology and many other things, it will strengthen the conduct of local government instead of creating another burden.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think what Nigerians yearn for is a credible election at the local government level. What Nigerians yearn for is an effective service delivery centers at the local government. What Nigerians yearn for is an accountable leadership that will be accountable to them, not accountable to one man. And what we are discussing here this afternoon is how can we put in place an enabling environment, or put in place a mechanism that will allow for very, very vibrant leaders, people who have the yearnings and interests of the people at heart, to emerge through an election that is not influenced by a single individual. We've had a lot of recommendations. Some have said INEC should be given the powers to conduct that elections. Others have asked for CIEC to be strengthened to continue to conduct those elections, and to strengthen CIEC, appointing authority for the chairman and members of CIEC should not be within the control of the governor. Others have talked about staffing. Some have also talked about maybe putting in place the necessary regulatory mechanisms that will provide that environment for CIEC not to dance to the tunes of a governor. There are also others that have said INEC will be overburdened, rather they should create a third body to conduct that election, but some also fear that it will increase the financial burden on the economy. The National Assembly is here, the Deputy Speaker, who is the chairman, is listening attentively, and the Secretariat is also analyzing the issues. I know this is just the beginning of the conversation. There will be public hearings, there will be a lot of opportunities to discuss this further. But before we round up this session, we'll just pass the microphone to the members to quickly take 1 minute to respond to those issues that have emerged. One to Professor Simbine, then the other one to His Excellency, then we'll round up the session. Are we okay with that?
Thank you very much. I'd like to agree with my brother that anything that will help to improve the integrity of a system should be used. Using the process of advertisements for people who want to join an election management body is a practice in many other countries. In South Africa, this is what they do. And if our constitution today is changed, is revised to allow for that, I think that it will work. And another option is to say, okay, let's do that for sex and see what happens, so that we bring it to the national. But I think it's a welcome development. I'd like to thank the lady from Algon. I didn't really hear your name, but your point is really about inclusivity. Indeed, from the NCWS, if we put up advert like this, we will find strong women, mobilizers, grassroots women, and who will.
Thank you so very much. Excellency.
I thought Madam has answered that, but let me say what Madam should do is to simply substitute the word chairman with chairperson. But we have had a dialogue here in this hall on gender inclusion. What the House of Representatives is doing is a holistic look at the Constitution and preferring amendments that will take care of all the issues, including gender inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies to those who didn't have opportunity of asking questions, but I want to assure you, Chief Ekpele, you have more opportunity to do that. Can we give ourselves a round of applause for, you want to say something?
Thank you very much, Dr. Asmau. Please, we crave your indulgence, ma'am. Please, thank you so very much. This brings to an end this very incisive panel. Like John Muchu said, this is an ongoing conversation, and even more conversations will come. So may the panelists please step forward for a group photograph, please, as I respectfully invite the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives and other leaders, the former Deputy Speaker, Alhaji Babangida Nguroje, please, Mr. Clement Wangwo, please join them for a group photograph with the panelists. Even as I begin to make welcome after he joins them for the photograph, please let's as I invite the After the photographs, Honorable Kingsley Chinda, the Minority Leader, House of Representatives, to please come and help us wrap up this session and take the closing remarks. Thank you very much.
Wahon live to GTV Africa, live from Abuja.
Sorry, before the deputy
National
leader,
Dialogue
before
on
the
Local
minority leader
Government
comes to give us the closing remarks, the Right Honorable
Today is
Deputy
coming to an
Speaker
end, and,
of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin.
Photographs. If I'm able to have the Deputy Speaker, you have opportunity of talking to him.
We're done with the photographs, please. Thank you. Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, sir, please to give us recommendations and next steps. Your Excellency, sir.
The leader of the House, the principal officers here present, resource persons, members of the National Assembly, permit me to stand on the well-established protocol. It is my honor to highlight the deliberations, this pivotal national dialogue on local government and constitutional amendment. The discussions have reaffirmed our collective commitment to advancing local governance as a cornerstone of democracy and development of Nigeria. While thanking you for listening from beginning to end, it is important that we make a short note on the takeaways from this engagement, like the synopsis of what this has been all about. Number one takeaway is Supreme Court ruling on local government autonomy. This landmark decision was celebrated as a vehicle for grassroots development, citizens' engagement, and efficient service delivery. However, compliance and practical implementation remain critical. That's a takeaway on the Supreme Court's judgment. The second takeaway is challenges to local governance. Recurring issues include inadequate funding, political interference, lack of capacity, and party-driven elections. Financial independence and direct fund allocation to local governments are necessary to achieve true autonomy. That's the second takeaway. The third takeaway is citizen participation. Democracy, as we all know, thrives on grassroots involvement. Encouraging greater citizen engagement in local government elections and decision-making processes remain absolutely essential. The fourth takeaway is accountability and oversight. Effective mechanisms for financial oversight and management must accompany autonomy to prevent corruption and misuse of resources. That's the fourth takeaway, if you listen well. Beyond the takeaway, there are recommendations from these wonderful, beautiful minds that handle our panel sections. Number one, strengthening local government autonomy. Enforce and adhere to the Supreme Court's ruling on local government autonomy to ensure financial independence. Institutionalize mechanisms to direct fund transfers to local government. There's a general consensus on that. The next one is on electoral reforms. There's a general consensus in the recommendation that says empower state independent electoral commissions to conduct credible and inclusive local government election or create an independent electoral commission for local government to conduct local government election. Another one says allow INEC to come to the local government to conduct election. Upskill state independent electoral commission personnel to enhance the quality of electoral administrations. Another recommendation was on capacity building. Provide training and capacity development programs for local government officials to improve administrative efficiency as well as governance. The third recommendation from our deliberation today is on policy and legislative reforms. Introduce constitutional amendments that guarantees local government autonomy and financial independence across that the definition of federalism should extend up to the local government. What is our commitment as a committee, as a people of Nigeria, as a House of Representatives? Our commitment, the House of Representatives remains committed to advancing constitutional amendment and legislative framework that reinforce local government autonomy. We can take back that home that we are committed to it. The second commitment is with regards to collaboration with stakeholders. We will strengthen partnership with civil society organizations, development partners like BLAC, like FCDO, European Union, and others, including traditional institutions, to drive reforms. And also the state houses of assembly, the speakers, you've been wonderful. The partnership we share with you, we don't take it lightly. So we are going to strengthen this partnership because we know without you we can't do it. Nobody should tell you any less. Without you we can't do it. And that is why we want to assure you that we want to partner with you the whole 9 years of getting this reformation that all of us are seeking. Another commitment is on accountability mechanism. Introduce robust financial oversight measures to ensure local government effectively utilize resources for community development. We are committed to that. The question then becomes, what is the way forward? Number one, follow through on Supreme Court ruling. Ladies and gentlemen, we didn't gather here just to talk and leave it there. We gather here to harvest your opinion, which we have done, but we are starting from here to begin to implement what we have discussed by drawing up a roadmap, having the compass set what we want to achieve. Because time is of the essence in getting this done. So number one is follow through on Supreme Court ruling. The task force should monitor and ensure states' compliance with the Supreme Court decision on local government autonomy. Number two, implementation of credible elections. Immediate steps will be taken to decentralize electoral governance to conduct fair and transparent local government election across Nigeria. Number three, stakeholder engagement forum. We're going to host periodic dialogue between the federal government, state government, and local government representatives to address emerging issues and also track their progress. Back from this engagement is that you form projects around these areas of the interventions that we want to make with regards to the dialogue we've had today, because we want to keep it alive until we achieve what we're achieving. And I'm happy some of you are still in the room, and I like the way you're nodding positively. In conclusion, the path to robust local governance in Nigeria requires collective efforts as well as commitment. The National Assembly under my leadership is poised to drive these reforms in our committee to ensure local government fulfill their constitutional mandate as the closest ear to the people. Together we can lay the foundation for a stronger, more inclusive. I'm talking about inclusivity. The people with disabilities, tomorrow is your big day, the day for disabilities. And you know I'm the face, I'm the ambassador of disabilities, and we want to celebrate you in advance. I was worried when I requested for you to come up, one of you to come up as panelists, and the person I wanted to be taken up here didn't have a way of being rolled in. This hotel should be friendly with this stage. It's not disability friendly, the stage. They should do something about it. They should be able to have people with disability come in easily to contribute with their beautiful minds to what the conversation is all about. We've experienced this so many times. The organizers of this program, next program we are holding here, ensure that Hilton Hotel provides an access that is disability friendly, because I am their ambassador. So congratulations on your day tomorrow. We'll make sure that we'll celebrate you tomorrow. So more inclusive and more accountable system of governance in Nigeria is what we want to lay the foundation for it to be stronger. I want to thank you for coming. It is not in my place to do the vote of thanks, so I'm going to invite my own brother, the leader of the minority, a lawyer by profession, a man in whom I'm well pleased, even though he's in the minority. Let's have Honorable Chinda speak to us on what he feels about a vote for or against thanks.
Your Excellency, the Speaker very ably represented, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies in the hall, good day. I very sincerely believe that words are singularly, just what we have been doing here, are singularly the most powerful force available to humanity. And indeed, our gathering here is proving my late uncle wrong in his definition of democracy, and making right Abraham Lincoln when he said that democracy is government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And that is what is playing out here. The chairman of the Committee on Constitutional Review of the 10th Assembly in the House of Reps has done my job for me. He has thanked us. But let me again, especially on behalf of the Constitutional Review Committee, very ably led by the Deputy Speaker, Benjamin Okezie Kalu, and on behalf of the House of Representatives, again very ably led by Dr. Tajuddin Abbas, thank everybody who has participated in this dialogue. Seated here, whether you had the opportunity to ask questions or not, you have added value to what we are doing, and we say thank you very, very much. Specifically, let me thank our development partners, PLAC, we are grateful to you. Let me also thank the UK ID, we are very, very grateful to you. You have always been there for us. I will want to thank the keynote speaker, Professor Anthony Onishi. Very loaded, very, very loaded paper you presented. Very useful to us as a committee. We are grateful to you. All the persons